Chapter 756. Yes, many things in the world are transactions in the eyes of you businessmen. Marquis Lee frowned and said coolly, "But have you ever thought of the fundamental difference between you and us?" The old man said, "Please teach." Marquis Lee said, "The fundamental difference between you and me is that my identity and status comes from military service, from how much I have given to this dynasty. So even though we both possess great power, my power represents the will of the dynasty. Even if you defeat me, you will not be tolerated in this dynasty. There is no meaning." Hearing his confident and threatening words, the old man smiled emotionally and asked in return, "If this dynasty does not act according to the rules of the ancestors and cannot tolerate us, then why should we stay in this dynasty?" A cold wind rose in this stilted building. The boiling tea suddenly trembled along the rim of the cup and quickly turned cold. Marquis Lee's expression grew extremely cold. He knew that the other had dared to say such rebellious words because he had made some preparations, and was not just bluffing. "Do you know how many people will die in Guangzhou because of your words?" He looked at the old man and asked coldly, "Some people cannot leave as they wish. When an old tree moves, even its roots will rot." The old man's expression did not change much, and he still spoke in a tone as though he was chatting with a guest. "Your words are reasonable, but at the same time, if you stretch your hand too far, it is easy to be cut off. When all the cultivation places in Changling were under the jurisdiction of the imperial trainers, us businessmen knew that it was only a matter of time before it was our turn. If fighting for our own interests is a business, then Marquis Lee, you are a bargaining chip with enough weight." Marquis Lee slowly put down the teacup. Since they could not talk, there was no need to talk. But he was still curious about some things. He repeated the question he had asked when he first arrived. "What benefits did the people of Guangzhou give you that you are willing to stay in a place like this despite your great wealth? Things have changed in the past, but many memories remain. There are many beautiful places in the world, but there are very few places that make people think of them." The old man looked at Marquis Lee and said seriously and emotionally, "When I was your age, I also wanted to go to the farthest places. But after a few years, I like to stay in places that make you think of beautiful things. For me to stay here, it's naturally because there was someone here that I truly liked." In the end, the old man looked at Marquis Lee and solemnly admonished, "There is no wealth in this world that is more important than a person." Marquis Lee did not speak. He stood up and walked to the window of this stilted building. Like the owner of this place, he opened the window that opened outwards. He was more and more certain that the other party had already made preparations. It was even like what young Master Guan said. This was probably a deliberate flaw, a trap prepared for him. However, he was, after all, a general who had fought countless battles. Even if the other party was a strong enemy, he could not easily retreat. Most importantly, he needed to at least know what kind of power stood behind the other party. Even if he was defeated this time, he had to see the true face of his opponent. When the window was opened, the wind blew against the window frame, making creaking sounds. In a flash, the wormwood on the roof of this stilted building started to sway. In the mountains and forests around Heavy Cloud Town that were not suitable for armies to travel through, sharp sounds suddenly sounded. Large patches of forest were torn apart by the wind. Many battles started at the same time. Disbelief flashed through Marquis Lee's eyes. This time, in order to force this mysterious young Master Guan to submit, he had brought all of his elite troops. Compared to when he went to Changling to surround Minute Mountain Sword Sect, these elite troops had only abandoned some large seal weapons and some unnecessary supplies. But no matter how light they were, an army was still an army. Also, he was leading a border army that was familiar with this kind of wild land. They were equipped with large amounts of light but powerful seal weapons. No small group of cultivators could fight against an army of this level. Even the former Minute Mountain Sword Sect could not fight against the army led by him and the other two marquises. When the number of elite troops exceeded a certain limit, only an equal number of elite troops could fight against them, and they had to have large amounts of good military equipment. Right now, in the entire Qin and Chu border area, there was no elite army that could fight against his personal army. The Qin elite troops were deep in the Chu borders, and most of the Chu dynasty's elite troops had died. The rest had retreated to Jiaodong Commandery and Wuji. Yet, the scale and intensity of the fighting that started in all directions was clearly a fight between elite troops of the same level. Who was it that possessed such a well-equipped elite army that could even contend against his personal army? Even more importantly, both he and Zheng Xiu had not found any signs that the Guanzhong elites had such an army. "You've really surprised me." He looked at the wind and rain around him and said slowly without turning back. "Is there any meaning in continuing? It is not good for anyone," the old man warned sincerely. "Chu weapons, most of them are Chu people." Marquis Li frowned deeply. He looked at the chaotic splendor in the forest and sensed some of the auras within. A strong killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. Then, he coldly said, "The meaning now is whether you can keep me here or not. Just like what you said before, only by keeping me here will you have enough bargaining chips. Otherwise, you will still suffer a crushing defeat." The moment he finished speaking, an extremely majestic aura surged around him. This aura directly tore the turret into pieces. Countless pieces wrapped around him and spun around him, forming a hurricane. In the hurricane, the middle-aged man who had been standing quietly behind the old man slowly retreated in the air. Primordial qi gushed out from his body to protect the old man. Marquis Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Previously, he had felt that this old man and the middle-aged man were not Realm 7 cultivators. But now, under the pressure of his energy, this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man showed greatness. Under the clash of their vital essences, they were actually evenly matched. It was clear that the other had walked very far on the path of Realm 7. But even now, he still did not feel he would lose. An enormous roar sounded in the sky again. Two mountainous balls of energy quickly flew over. He had many Realm 7s under his command, and only Realm 7s could stop Realm 7s from leaving. He did not believe the other had more and more powerful Realm 7 Grandmasters than him. Chapter 757. You are not a match for me. Marquis Li looked at the middle-aged man protecting third young Master Guan and said slowly with narrowed eyes. Even though the other's vital energy cultivation was close to his, he still had absolute confidence when their presences clashed. The middle-aged man's face paled slightly. He bowed slightly to show his retreat. At the same time, he said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Your opponent is not me." Grandmasters could sense each other. Just from the other's presence and some minor actions, he understood that the other only had one mission in this battle, to protect third young Master Guan and leave. Such a powerful Grandmaster was only used to protect third young Master Guan. Then who was his true opponent? Marquis Li did not look at the middle-aged man. He took a deep breath and turned around. The two powerful energies that belonged to him had entered the town. Like enormous pythons passing through, all the buildings in Heavy Cloud Town that were in front of the two Grandmasters were destroyed. At this time, he heard a guqin sound. This sound was clear and moving, like the distant mountains and rivers, and came softly. Yet when the sound came, the primal energies of the universe above Heavy Cloud Town suddenly changed. Countless primal energies twisted together, forming multiple beams of light that fell towards one of the Grandmasters under him. Tong Qin. Marquis Li's expression changed and he shouted angrily, "You are colluding with the Chu." The power that came with the guqin sound was extremely strong, and a large part of the power came from the seal weapon itself, from the Tong Qin that produced the sound. The master of the Tong Qin was a Grandmaster from Tong Mountain in the Chu. This Grandmaster was a true Chu person, and was loyal to the Chu dynasty. This was the reason for his fury. No matter what methods the Guanzhong used against him, he would not care. But colluding with other dynasties was something he could not tolerate. No one responded to him. The middle-aged man protecting third young Master Guan retreated resolutely. His methods were unique. His and third young Master Guan's figures quickly faded in a patch of grey mist. That patch of grey mist seemed to be the methods of the Qi cultivators who cultivated the yin and ghost method, but was filled with sword energy. It was a kind of sword formula. A new figure appeared in front of the grey mist like a shield, and attracted all of his attention, including his anger and murderousness. This was also a middle-aged man, but he looked more ordinary than the previous middle-aged man. Moreover, The clothes he wore made him look like a servant. But in front of his anger and murderousness, this person was as calm as a rock. His presence did not ripple. Based on this point alone, this guru was much more powerful than the guru who had protected the third child of the Guan family and retreated. Grandmasters could sense each other. As their auras surged, Marquis Li had already sensed the other's powerful life-bond sword essence. He looked at this grandmaster and said in a harsh voice, "You are from the Qin?" "I am from the Qin." This grandmaster's words and actions were still like a servant, but under the pressure of Marquis Li's presence and murderousness, he was calm and did not fall behind. He nodded to Marquis Li in greeting. "This one is Wu Guang, please teach me." "Teach what?" "Since you are from the Qin, you should be killed for colluding with the Chu." Marquis Li sneered. The moment he opened his mouth to say the first word, his killing intent had already spilled out to its fullest. Two terrifying presences appeared in front of him at the same time. One came from the depths of his energy sea with a strong life-bond presence. Clearly, it was his life-bond item. The other presence came from outside his body. It should have been a seal weapon, but this presence was so strong it was not any weaker than his life-bond presence. The moment these two powerful auras appeared in front of him, they strangely blended together. The mysterious energy from the outside and the life-bond energy coming out of his body intertwined with dazzling light. These lights formed two enormous iron wings in front of him. These two metal wings were like the wings of a powerful beast filled with vital energy, but they were stronger than any beast's wings in the world. Along the tips of these two metal wings, there was a string of explosions. Crystal patterns spread out in the air like spiderwebs. Wu Guang looked up. Both the movement of his head and the movement of his sword seemed very slow, but his jaw and right hand created a series of trajectories in the air. As though he was purposefully responding to Marquis Li's sword essence, an enormous golden light appeared in Wu Guang's hand. This golden light flashed with energy like a golden wing that covered the world. Swan sword. Marquis Li's expression changed completely. Not because of terror, but because of increasing anger. He had left a family general in Changling to guard, but several months ago, that family general had died at the hands of a mysterious swordsman. That swordsman was the heir to the swan sword. There was a muffled boom. The world seemed to shake. A ring of light spread out from between Marquis Li and Wu Guang. Wherever the ring of light passed, there were terrifying explosions. Even the hardest mountain rock was blown to powder. But Marquis Li and Wu Guang's bodies did not move at this moment. Their bodies were locked together under the pressure of the energy. The swords in their hands showed their true appearance at this time. The life-bond item in Marquis Li's hand was an iron-grey spear, but the one that flew out from his left sleeve was an iron-grey short sword. From the almost identical patterns and aura of the spear and the sword, the two should be made of the same material and made by the same master craftsman. This short sword and the long spear in his hand were embedded together at the tip of the spear, forming a strange spear blade. This spear blade was currently locked onto the golden swan sword in Wu Guang's hand. The two terrifying forces were grinding against each other, shooting out streaks of lightning-like light. In this moment of fighting, Marquis Li clearly had the upper hand using the power of the sword in his hand. He pressed Wu Guang's body down. The ground under Wu Guang's feet did not cave in, but exploded layer by layer, sending out dust. Marquis Li maintained this posture. Behind him, a hole was suddenly smashed open in the chaotic smoke and dust, and a general in dark armor smashed down like a meteor. This was his deputy general, and also the strongest cultivator under his command, Xia Lai. When the Tung Qin master appeared, the two grandmasters under him instantly made their choice. Chen Yeshuan, whose combat strength was slightly inferior to Xia Lai's, went to intercept the Tung Qin master, while Xia Lai rushed over in an instant. Marquis Li had never thought that this would be a fair battle. When he found out that someone was using young Master Guan to set up a trap and wanted to use him as a bargaining chip with Zheng Xiu, this battle became a war for him. Especially after Grandmaster Chu appeared, all he wanted to do was to kill every opponent that appeared. Xia Lai had followed Marquis Li since he was just a Realm 4 cultivator. The two had great teamwork, but almost no one in the outside world knew that he and Marquis Li had such a method of one person locking down and one person attacking. Because all the enemies that had faced them before had been killed by them. The two of them had used this method to kill cultivators stronger than them on the battlefield more than once. Right now, Wu Guang was at most equal to Marquis Li. So when Xia Lai attacked Wu Guang, in his eyes, Wu Guang was a dead man. But in this moment, he saw a young figure appear on Wu Guang's left. His pupils contracted violently, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 758. Purely in terms of power, even if a Realm 8 cultivator suddenly appeared, a Grandmaster like Xia Lai would not be so shocked. Because a Realm 7 Grandmaster like him, even if he had no chance of victory against a Realm 8 existence, he would at least have a chance to escape. Especially when Xia Lai was a cultivator in the army. A cultivator like him had experienced countless cruel battles. It was impossible for him to be stunned by the strength of his opponent. What caused him to look like he had seen a ghost was that the young person he saw was someone who had died long ago in his mind, and he was very familiar with this person. From a certain point of view, this person had once been his friend. His sword move was slightly slowed. His attack was slow, but the young cultivator who had appeared was not slow at all. In this moment, the young cultivator who made him look like he had seen a ghost gave him an even greater shock. A sword light flashed in the young cultivator's hand. The sword light landed between Marquis Li's spear and sword. At this time, Marquis Li and Wu Guang were locked in a stalemate. Their energies were connected. While they appeared unmoving, their energies were constantly colliding. The power moving between their weapons was likely greater than when they attacked alone. Yet, where the young cultivator's sword light landed, there was a crisp sound. The stalemate between Marquis Li and Wu Guang was immediately broken. The two people's bodies gave off a muffled sound. They hit the ground like pillars and then bounced backwards. The moment the two of them left the ground beneath them suddenly changed shape. Countless cracks extended deep into the ground, but there was still no mud or gravel that flew up. Every strand of origin chi under their feet seemed to have turned into extremely sharp sword intents. They only condensed and pierced downwards, but did not explode. Marquis Li looked at the young cultivator who suddenly appeared. His expression grew even more spectacular, so complicated that it could not be described with words. Because this young cultivator was his son, Li Shixing. Xia Lai stopped. This was actually the best time for him to attack. But he saw Marquis Li's back tremble violently as he flew back. This was a trembling that came from the depths of his energy sea. Only when the mind was shaken to the extreme would a cultivator like Marquis Li feel like his body was about to split apart and die. He had to ensure that Marquis Li would not have a fatal problem. Also, this sudden appearance of Li Shixing made him unable to distinguish between friend and foe. He held his black lifebond sword with one hand and kept his guard up. His left hand pressed on Marquis Li's back. An extremely gentle energy wrapped around Marquis Li's body, allowing his feet to land on the ground. The chaotic impact was directed to the ground by his vital energy, but this time, it caused the earth and rocks on the ground to explode. Marquis Li's expression quickly calmed, but when he looked at Li Shixing who had landed not far from Wu Guang, his gaze seemed to be distant. "I thought you were dead. You can pretend that I'm already dead." Li Shixing looked at him like he was looking at an ordinary passerby, or rather, an ordinary general he had seen several times in the past. For some reason, hearing the two's conversation, even Xia Lai felt pain in his heart. Marquis Li's heart did not hurt, but inexplicably cold. He raised an eyebrow. In his view, the son he was so familiar with was quickly becoming unfamiliar, so unfamiliar that he did not seem to recognize him. He looked at Li Shixing and slowly said, "If you had let me know you were still alive, I would have made many different choices." Li Shixing looked at his starry eyes and his expression grew determined. He asked seriously, "You left me alive, and then?" "To make you stronger." Marquis Li took a deep breath and said, "You have already become very strong. I really did not become very strong because of you." Li Shixing shook his head. "The truth is, because of your compromise, I have come close to death many times." Marquis Li grew angry. He looked at Li Shixing and said harshly, "Do you think you can survive on the Wuji border until now just by yourself? I know you sent many subordinates to take care of me in secret, but in the end, you still think I am dead." Li Shixing looked at him and said calmly, "I thought you would think I would be different after I died, but in the end, you're still constantly accepting benefits and compromising." Marquis Li was silent for a long time. Then, he slowly raised his left hand. His left hand was holding a strange short sword. There were many sunflower-like patterns on the short sword. "This sword belongs to your third uncle Huai, but he died to block a blow for me." Then, he turned his head and looked at Xia Lai, who was behind him. "Your uncle Xia Lai also blocked 2 sword strikes for me, but he was lucky enough to survive. You should understand that all my fame and glory came from the piles of corpses of many people. Among these corpses, there were not only enemies. I can't implicate all of them just because you're alone. You have your reasons." Li Shixing bowed his head slightly and said slowly, "But in these years, I only lived according to your thoughts. Your compromise makes me no different from a hostage sent to another court. You cannot owe your subordinates, then what about what you owe me? Now that I am alive, what will you change because of me?" Li Shixing's words caused Marquis Li to be silent for a long time. In this time, Xia Lai had sent out numerous military orders. The army in the surrounding forest retreated and the killing gradually stopped. The greatest problem here is not just the problem of father and son. Marquis Li finally spoke and said, "It is the relationship between Qin and Chu. There is no relationship between Qin and Chu." Li Shixing shook his head briskly and said, "There is no Chu now. There is only the problem between the Qin people, the relationship between Yuanwu Zhengxiu and the Basin Kendo ground." Such direct words caused Xia Lai's breathing to stop and his face to pale. Marquis Li's pupils contracted violently again. "Your sword comes from Donghu, has been tempered by celestial fire, and received the life bond energy of the ascetic monks." Marquis Li did not respond to Li Shixing's words. His gaze landed on the yellow crystal sword in Li Shixing's hand. He asked, "So that day, when Donghu was shaken and the mountain where the ascetic monks gathered had a breakthrough to Realm 7, that person was you?" Li Shixing nodded in silent agreement. Marquis Li looked up at the distant mountain behind Li Shixing's head. His expression recovered and he said coolly, "I want to see what step you have reached." Li Shixing's eyebrows rose. He looked at his calm and powerful father, slowly raised his sword and held it across his chest. Chapter 759. Other than the relationship between father and son, in terms of cultivation, Li Shixing was definitely a junior to Marquis Li. But seeing Li Shixing raise his sword to his chest, Marquis Li did not give way. He even took the initiative to attack. A strange life force aura vibrated from the long spear in his hand. The dense silver-gray yuan qi around the spear body constantly vibrated, condensed, and changed. It was like tin flowers being cast in the air. However, the spear in his hand was like melted sugar water. It melted from his hand, turning into a strange flowing water that covered his body. The flowing water immediately froze, giving off a heart-shaking metallic light. A set of grey armor appeared on his body. The armor was thin, but the seal scripts on the surface of the armor were as dense as flowers. The seal scripts crackled between them. Both the energy coming out of his body and the primal energies of the universe gathering from the surroundings gathered between these seal scripts and turned into yellow flows of energy that flowed through the armor. The aura of these yellow streams of air made this armor give off an unbreakable feeling of heaviness and sturdiness, just like an incomparably heavy mountain. The spear turned into armor, but the short sword was still in his hand. Marquis Li held this short sword. This short sword seemed to be connected to an enormous mountain. Most people knew that Marquis Li's cultivation and combat power were above average among the marquises of the Qin dynasty. But no one knew that his greatest strength was not offense, but defense. A commander of an army could only ensure that he did not die and fall so that his army would not be leaderless. His life bond item was the army breaking spear in the form of a spear, and the army stabilizing armor in the form of armor. After many years of nourishment from his life bond energy, this armor likely became the strongest armor in the world. Nobody knew a son better than his father. Similarly, nobody knew a father better than his son. Li Shixing had been exiled from Changling in his youth, and had followed Marquis Li to fight on the border for a long time. He naturally knew the power of his father's life bond item. But at this time, he also knew what the other wanted to prove. So he did not hesitate and smashed the crystal sword in his hand towards Marquis Li. There was no finesse to his sword, and it even seemed crude and barbaric. What he was holding did not seem like a sword, but more like a giant hammer. In front of his crystal sword was the short sword in Marquis Li's hand. When the two swords met, it was not the crisp sound of metal blades clashing. Instead, there was a loud boom. A ball of fire exploded between the two swords. Countless strands of yellow energy shot out from the seal scripts on Marquis Li's armor, like countless yellow pythons madly attacking. Marquis Li was still standing in the same spot, the ground beneath his feet churning like boiling porridge. Li Shixing's figure was sent flying backwards. Marquis Li's gaze grew calmer, but when he saw Li Shixing's figure being sent flying, the shock in his eyes grew. Li Shixing still held his crystal sword tightly. Under such a strong blow, even he had to rely on the absorption of his life bond armor to ensure his bones were not shattered. But Li Shixing's body, in his perception, could be described as perfect, and there were no serious wounds. In his knowledge, in the world of Donghu's ascetic monks, only that old monk who had once been to Changling and killed his way into the Donghu imperial palace had such a powerful body tempering secret art. So the result was clear. That day, in the holy mountain where the Donghu ascetic monks had gathered, Li Shixing had not just experienced the tempering of celestial fire, or the energy baptism of many ascetic monks when he had his breakthrough. He had even received the old monk's legacy, and received an unimaginable blessing. Marquis Li knew that the old monk had been the leader of the Donghu ascetic monks before killing the Donghu emperor. So from a certain point of view, after Li Shixing's breakthrough that night, he had become the new leader of the Donghu ascetic monks. As Marquis Li thought this, the aura on his body began to change again. His gaze turned from calm to sharp, and then to indifferent. Indifference meant that he did not care, and did not even care about himself. This was a terrifying emotion. Divine might. He opened his mouth, and indifferently spat out the two words. As the sound vibrated, hundreds of visible white energy lines appeared in front of him. These were the paths through which primal energies of the universe flowed. The sound followed the law. In the world of cultivators, this was called a secret art. The law was the natural reaction of the world. The white threads of energy immediately disappeared in front of him. But the primal energies of the universe in the surroundings flowed through these tunnels like a river that had broken through a dam. His short sword stabbed towards Li Shixing in front of him. The primal energies of the universe gathered at the tip of his sword, and then exploded forward along with his sword essence. A terrifying rainbow light stretched along the tip of his sword in the air. This terrifying rainbow light was multiple times larger than his and Li Shixing's bodies. The blinding light drowned him and Li Shixing. In this rainbow light, there seemed to be countless shredded spirits screaming. There were even more spirits struggling, but they could not break free. This sword was divine might. Marquis Li had many secret arts, but this sword was his strongest. In the blinding light, Xia Li's expression was bleak. He had watched Li Shixing grow up, and was no different from Li Shixing's uncle. He could not understand why Marquis Li would use such a sword. Even though he had seen Li Shixing's previous moves, he had no confidence that Li Shixing could withstand this attack. At this moment, he seemed to hear the same voice in the air. Divine might. Li Shixing's feet were still rubbing on the ground. He had not steadied himself, and his body was still sliding backwards. Yet, his body was in a perfect posture for a sword attack. Faced with this destructive rainbow light, he did not hesitate at all and unleashed the same sword strike. His hand was extremely steady. Destructive light charged out of his sword tip, and hit the incoming rainbow light at a speed that even a Realm 7 cultivator's perception could not keep up. The two rainbow lights hit each other, and tangible light sprayed in all directions. Every stream of light caused a shocking explosion. Many ancient buildings in the heavy cloud town, which had been standing in this town for hundreds of years, were shattered into pieces after being hit by a tiny drop of the light liquid. When the two rainbow lights were still attacking, Marquis Lee had put his sword away. The power of this sword attack was purely to push the primal energies of the universe forward. After the sword essence was released, it had nothing to do with him. He looked at the beautiful and dangerous light scattering, and his eyes were filled with emotion and sorrow. This terrifying clash only lasted for a short breath. When he looked up again, Li Shixing's figure had appeared in the dust in front of him. He frowned. The armor on his body slid off like water, and then gathered in his hand, turning back into a spear. But he did not attack again. "For you." Then his hand moved slightly. The spear flew from his hand and landed in front of Li Shixing. Chapter 760. Li Shixing was stunned. Even though the vital energy of the spear had caused all the hair on his body to stand on end, he still did not understand what his father was trying to do. Marquis Li's viciousness had disappeared from his face, leaving only faint loneliness. He looked at the dazed Li Shixing and said, "Since you have made up your mind, and can withstand my attack, I will do as you wish. This item has no use in my hands, so I will pass it to you." Li Shixing looked at him and did not respond. He did not take the spear. He wanted to hear Marquis Li's next words. "You say that you want to join the Basin Kendo ground because you have a life-and-death relationship with that person, the wine shop youth. But you should know that I stood on Yuanwu's side decades ago. Many of my brothers died in battle against the Basin Kendo ground." Marquis Li glanced at him and said coolly, "If I join the Basin Kendo ground, how can I face their friendship? Starting today, all I can do is not help either side." Hearing this, Xia Lai, who was not far behind him, could not control his emotions. Even his hands started to tremble. But his expression grew calmer. He said without stopping, "Starting today, I will give up my position as Marquis, and become an idle person." Li Shixing's lips started to tremble slightly. This was not the best result he wanted, nor was it one of the results he could think of. But this was a result he could understand and accept. "All right." He gritted his teeth and replied with a simple word. "Driving you out of Changling is not completely because of compromise, but because I am in the border army. You will be safer with me looking after you. Also, a wolf raised in a wolf's den is at least stronger than a dog raised in a warm house in Changling." Marquis Li's gaze suddenly warmed. "In that case, you should understand why I had to use the sword at the end." Li Shixing pressed his lips together and did not speak. Marquis Li did not speak to him anymore. Instead, he turned around and bowed seriously to Xia Lai, whose mind was still in turmoil. He said, "I am not a saint and cannot do things thoroughly. After thinking about it, I can only do this." Xia Lai wanted to say something, but he couldn't. His qi and blood surged up, and his face turned red. After a few breaths, he sighed and bowed in return. "I've worked hard for half my life, and I'm willing to let it go like this. Not many people can compare to me in such a carefree manner." He had gone through fire and water with Marquis Li, so he was very familiar with Marquis Li's personality. He knew that once Marquis Li had made a decision, he would not change it. While he understood that Marquis Li's casual passing of the Marquis position meant that he and the other generals would have to clean up the mess in the future, he didn't say anything when he left in the end. "He used Third Young Master Guan to lure me into a trap, but in the end, he just wanted us father and son to meet." This should be Lin Zhuzhou's plan. Xia Lai left. The forest was even quieter. Marquis Li stood among the ruins and put away his sword. He looked at Li Shixing with his hands behind his back and said, "But as a member of the Li Marquis establishment, in the future, you have to take care of my subordinates for me." Li Shixing took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. "From now on, I will travel the world and not care about these conflicts. Be careful. I do not want to hear news of your death again." After saying this, Marquis Li let out an extremely rare smile. His body also seemed to have put down 1,000 kilograms of burden, and even had an inexplicable feeling of lightness. Seeing his father turn to leave, Li Shixing's last thread of resentment towards him dissipated. He couldn't help but ask, "Where can I find you in the future? There are too many places I want to go, and my whereabouts are uncertain." Marquis Li's hair was loose. Once he was no longer the commander of the army, he felt inexplicably carefree. He did not turn his head and said softly, "The Basin Kendo ground has taken Jiaodong Commandery, and has Guanzhong's help. I fear that this battle will be decided in a few years. When everything is settled, I will naturally come find you." Li Shixing felt inexplicably sour. He wanted to speak, but Marquis Li's figure disappeared into the forest. But he seemed to think of an important matter. A light voice passed into Li Shixing's ears. "Zheng Xiu has built 3 workshops in Guanzhong. She says she wants to control the lifeblood of the rich in Guanzhong. But fighting for wealth with those merchants is not something someone like her would do. So there must be a secret. Have the Basin Kendo ground pay attention." The voice came with the wind, growing lower and lower until it disappeared completely. Li Shixing had not cried since he left Changling. At this time, he had reached Realm 7, but when the voice disappeared, his nose felt sore and he felt like crying. "I did not expect this." Xie Changsheng sat in the center of a treehouse and could not help but shake his head. Wu Guang was his close attendant. Since Wu Guang had come here, it meant that he, the invisible powerhouse, was also here. The treehouse he was in was actually at the edge of Heavy Cloud Town, built on an old pine tree. The branches and leaves of this old pine tree had been mostly broken by the wild energy storm from the previous battle. But in this relatively intact treehouse where one could see all of Heavy Cloud Town, Xie Changsheng's conduct would make anyone speechless. There was a charcoal basin in front of him. There was a golden pot on top of the charcoal basin. The soup in the golden pot was boiling. Fresh wild mushrooms from the nearby forest and fish from afar were placed on both sides of the pot. These fish had been cleaned and sliced by the chefs. They could be eaten after being boiled in the pot. What kept the fish fresh was the cold jade boxes that some cultivation places used to preserve spirit medicines. In Heavy Cloud Town not far from him, dozens of breaths ago, there were many powerful cultivators fighting to the death, but he was leaning on the couch and enjoying himself. I had not expected Marquis Li to be so willing and so carefree. I had not expected Li Shixing to be so strong now. He put a few pieces of matsutake into the pot and could not help but sigh. Then he said to Wu Guang, who was standing behind him, "But Li Shixing's actions have given me an interesting idea." "What?" Wu Guang glanced at him, who was putting on an act. After following Xie Changsheng for a long time, he knew that the interesting ideas Xie Changsheng spoke of were truly interesting. Other people would not be able to think of them even if they cracked their heads. This was because no one would squander as unscrupulously as Xie Changsheng and do things that did not make sense. Everyone says I am a prodigal, but am I the greatest prodigal? I have not spent all the money Ding Ning gave me, but she left a private treasury in Jiaodong Commandery that Jiaodong Commandery accumulated over hundreds of years for Ding Ning. Xie Changsheng sighed sorrowfully, as if he was groaning for no reason. How are we going to spend all those things? The ascetic cultivators on the Donghu border are interesting. Their methods are good, and they are strong against enemies. They usually cultivate their bodies, and lack the spirit medicines in the sea to strengthen their energies. Jiaodong Commandery has a lot of those things this time. I want to see what will happen if I throw a large pile of things to those ascetic cultivators. Chapter 761. Xie Changsheng enjoyed himself, but Wu Guang was silent. The kingdoms outside the pass like Donghu and Wuji had always been poor. In the early years, not to mention the resources needed for cultivation, even the metal on the arrowheads needed the gifts of the dynasties of the Central Plains. The countries formed by these nomads had to pay a great price in order to trade for some scarce resources from some permitted border trade. Also, these exchanges were often not of equal value. Simply speaking, no matter how the dynasties of the Central Plains changed, none of them wanted to become stronger than the countries outside the pass. So in history, the cultivators of these wild kingdoms outside the Yin Mountain relied on celestial iron and celestial jade marrow. Celestial iron was meteoric iron. Some meteoric iron, when falling, would burn with the primal energies of the universe to form a unique and dense structure. It brought with it unique power, and created some of the legendary weapons of Donghu and Wuji. Celestial jade marrow was actually the densest part of some ordinary agate stone left behind after countless years of weathering. Some of the jade marrow was extremely hard, and could be used as armor-piercing arrowheads and spears. Some could strangely merge with the primal energies of the universe and be used to create seal weapons. For thousands of years, many ascetic cultivators chose to cultivate on foot in desolate and uninhabited areas, not just to temper their resolve and flesh, but also because in these kingdoms, many of the raw materials for powerful seal weapons were created during cultivation. This was an exploration of the barren land inch by inch. The ascetic cultivators of Donghu mostly had a few seal weapons on them. They did not look poor, but in reality, these were the inheritances of many generations of cultivators. They were not like some of the cultivation places with long histories in Changling. Many cultivators who came out of the mountains only had a few treasures, but the mountains had mountains of swords. Those ascetic cultivators could be said to have put all their belongings on their bodies. When their time was up, they would find suitable heirs and pass down these things. If their disciples were lucky, the next generation of disciples would have one or two more items. If they were unlucky, maybe the things they passed down would be destroyed or lost in battle. It was precisely such a barren cultivation environment that created the unique cultivation methods of these ascetic cultivators. They did not pursue worldly treasures that contained large amounts of spirit energy. Instead, they worked on the mind. Their secret methods mostly increased their perception. Some experts' mental power was almost tangible. This way, they could sense further than ordinary cultivators, and extract as much energy from the thin primal energies of the universe that was useful to them. If it was a joke, their strong perception would give them the opportunity to pick up more cultivation materials. The powerful cultivators were reduced to scavengers. This was indeed the helplessness of the Central Plains dynasties working together to exploit them. The countries supported by these ascetic monks with extraordinary willpower could resist the invasion of the Central Plains dynasties. In the long river of history, they would even occasionally have the chance to invade the Central Plains and plunder. This was enough to make people feel admiration for these ascetic monks. Wu Guang was silent, but his heart felt numb. No one in history had ever done what Xie Changsheng said, because no noble with astonishing resources would want to feed a group of ascetics who were used to being hungry. No noble with astounding cultivation resources would be as wasteful and mischievous as Xie Changsheng. No one would even think of doing this. But if they really did this, what kind of change would it bring? Wu Guang found it hard to imagine. Jiaodong commandery was made from overseas. Countless treasures were astounding cultivation resources for the Central Plains dynasties, and for the Donghu cultivation world who were extremely frugal. Some things that were just decorations in the Central Plains dynasties were used to the extreme, and were great cultivation resources in their eyes. For example, some red corals, some shells from the deep sea, some seahorses that were old enough, pearls and so on. These were things that were common in the wealthy families of Jiaodong commandery, and were even treasures in Donghu. They were not even enough to support cultivation. Many herders used their life savings to trade for them, and then offered them to these ascetic cultivators. These ascetic cultivators' repayment was to help them get rid of their illnesses, chase away the wild beasts in the plains, and protect their safety. Some people had the potential to cultivate, but could not cultivate because of the limitations of these resources. If Xie Changsheng generously placed these things in front of them, this most famous prodigal of Guanzhong would most likely become a living Buddha in the mouths of many people in the wilderness behind Yin Mountain. It is interesting just thinking about it. Looking at Wu Guang, who was silent on the outside but had great thoughts on the inside, Xie Changsheng felt slightly intoxicated, and admired that his ideas were unique in the world. Should we let her take advantage of the situation? Wu Guang thought for a moment and asked. He knew that Xie Changsheng was different from many people in that he would do what he said, and not just talk. After the change of Minute Mountain Sword sect in Changling, all cultivators paid the most attention to the traces of Yi Xileng, Bailey Sushue and the others. The Xie family naturally paid the most attention to the eldest daughter of the Xie family, Xie Ru. But the news from several days ago was that after the change of Changling, Xie Ru had been arranged to go to Wuji. As to why she had been arranged to go to Wuji, Bailey Sushue must have his own considerations. Wu Guang was thinking that since the eldest daughter of the Xie family was in the area of Donghu and Wuji, and Xie Changxing was going to do such a thing, he could let Xie Ru borrow the power. Especially in the history of Donghu, there were many ascetic cultivators who had great prestige in the wilderness, and their status was no less than the imperial family. My sister and I are not the same kind of people. But Xie Changxing immediately shook his head and said, I heard that when she cultivated the sword in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, she was locked up by Bailey Sushue in the ice house on the highest peak. Who knows what sword essence Bailey Sushue had her cultivate? I do not want a bunch of believers to run in front of her every day to chant. Then the ice and snow she worked so hard to get out of the ice house will be broken by me. I do not want her to chase me around with a sword when we meet in the future. Wu Guang raised an eyebrow. Reasonable. The upper cold peak of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, there is wind and snow outside the Great Wall. Xie Changxing shrunk his neck and put away his smile. He sighed softly. It is cold. Send one of the best and most expensive fur robes of the Jiaodong Commandery to my sister. Wu Guang nodded. In this moment, he felt that Xie Changxing had grown up. A youth in falling parasol has become an old demon in the blink of an eye. Aunt was a beautiful couple. But in a flash, Xie Changxing started to sing softly as he drank wine. He sighed. Pity that my sister had to give up before she married. Otherwise, she would be the best prodigal in the world, and the best swordsman in the world as her brother-in-law. This would be so impressive. Chapter 762. Everyone had different opinions on what was called awe-inspiring. Some people wanted to be the best in the world, some only wanted to do a few things others could not do, some only needed a satisfied praise from their wives. Those who were content were happy. After Yin Mountain, there were very few spring days. Most of the time, it was winter with flying snow and dripping water into ice. But the Wuji people had their own ways of survival. In many valleys, there were many winter pastures. Some pastures had very special microclimates. When it was snowing outside, it was as warm as spring due to the geothermal heat underground, and the vegetation was lush. In some winter pastures, there were some cold-resistant plants that grew tenaciously under the snow. These plants grew very slowly, but they provided more nutrients than ordinary grasses. In many of Wuji's winter pastures, there were large amounts of coldland maca growing in the frozen soil of some pastures. This unique tuber could greatly increase the resistance of animals to the cold, give animals a unique feeling of fullness, and even greatly stimulate reproduction. At certain times, the Wuji people would drive large numbers of animals to these pastures. The reproduction speed of the animals and the hunting of the hunters determined the source of food, and also the population of Wuji. The population of Wuji was pitifully small compared to the dynasties of the Central Plains. Almost every adult male of Wuji was a warrior. In the previous battle with the Qin dynasty, Wuji had paid a great price. They had lost less troops than the Qin dynasty, but the soldiers of the Qin dynasty were purely soldiers. In the entire dynasty, they were only responsible for war. But the Wuji warriors had many roles in the clan. At times, they were herders, hunters, and even caravans heading to colder regions. The death of one person in battle had a greater effect on Wuji. The army was not enough. When they were scattered to escort large numbers of animals to different pastures, some places were easily attacked by barbaric tribes and clans. Wuji's present situation was more difficult than at any time in the past. Yet as long as some traditions did not change, this kind of kingdom could continue to support itself. In a few days, it would be the Sandan festival. In some of Wuji's warm pastures, a kind of beautiful flower would bloom. This flower was called the Secret Realm Flower by the Wuji people. It was one of Wuji's secret medicines and could ease the fatigue of the army. Most importantly, it could cure rheumatism. At the same time, this was the time for Wuji to stock up on dairy products. Dry cheese, yogurt products, and dried meat were food that only the Wuji army was used to but were very reliable. The food didn't carry much weight, but it could allow a cavalry to fight in the wild for a long time. In a mountain valley where flowers bloomed, some Wuji women were harvesting these colorful flowers. They carefully walked among the flowers, trying their best to only collect flowers. They didn't step on any vegetation on the ground, even the most common moss. Behind them was a ravine that had already been harvested. There were a few snow-capped tents beside a clear stream formed by the convergence of glacial water in the valley. The edges of the tents were embroidered with the pattern of the mystic realm flower using golden silk thread. Before such an important festival, such tents only represented the residences of the Wuji imperial family. At this time, among these snow-capped tents, there was only one old woman. In Xie Changsheng's words, this old woman was truly powerful in Wuji. She was the Wuji Empress Dowager. Many years ago, she had been in charge of this large territory. Due to the problem of faith, in the minds of the Wuji people, she was the person closest to the gods, or rather, the representative of the gods in most people's minds. This ravine faced the sun and the sunlight was good. While the most colorful mystic realm flowers had been harvested, there were still many unknown flowers blooming on the two sides of the stream. Some of the flowers had unique colors not seen in the outside world. This place was almost the same as the mystic realm many people imagined. It was extremely quiet, with no animals in the surroundings. There was only a young female attendant drying some unfinished dried meat by the stream. This kind of simple work, without any poetry, was as beautiful as a painting by the best artist in the world at this time and in this situation. The slope on one side of the ravine stretched north, and not far away was the snow line. Amidst this tranquility, a few black spots appeared incongruously somewhere under the snow line. These were travelers from far away, bringing with them the dust of many snowy mountains. These travelers did not seem to have the reverence they should have for the Wuji imperial family. Their thick black leather boots trampled on the precious vegetation of the Wuji people, and brought up patches of moist soil with the remnants of the vegetation under their feet. The Wuji Empress Dowager did not leave the tent. The curtain on the side facing these travelers was blown open by a breeze from her fingers. She had never seen these travelers, but she had seen some of their faces in some albums. While she was very old, her memory was astoundingly good. So with a glance, she recognized the identities of these travelers. These people were not guests, but in her dim yellow eyes, there was not a trace of surprise or shock. A black cloud floated over and covered this ravine. This black cloud was very strange. It didn't just cover the sun, it stopped above the ravine as though it was alive. These travelers approached the few snow-capped tents. Long before they got close, these people had already sensed her presence, so their faces were all filled with gratification. At the same time, these travelers were very wary. When they were dozens of feet away, one of the travelers even released a flying sword, wanting to completely cut apart the tent the Wuji Empress Dowager was in. When the sword light flashed, the Wuji Empress Dowager sighed softly. She walked out of the tent. The sword light stopped as she moved. The shadow of the black cloud fell on her. Everyone could clearly see her expression. She felt some heartache for this brand new tent, but did not panic. The leading traveler immediately felt uneasy and frowned. Marquis Duanmu? She looked at the leading traveler and asked seriously, "Didn't you get your spine broken by Bailey Sushue in Minute Mountain Sword Sect? How did you heal so quickly?" Her tone was sincere, but the other could not endure such a question. Anger rose in his eyes. Is it because of Zheng Xiu's spirit lotus seed? Seeing the other had no desire to answer, she guessed the answer to the question of being a seeker. Her guess was not very wrong. These travelers from afar grew solemn. Even Marquis Duanmu, whose eyes were burning with anger, narrowed his eyes slightly. A marquis naturally had a marquis presence. As his eyes narrowed, his anger disappeared, and there was only coldness like a distant mountain. Shouldn't you be more concerned about the reason why we're here in front of you to obtain something? Chapter 763. Compared to my own life, what you want to obtain is not important. The Wuji Empress Dowager smiled. Theoretically, I should care more about my life. She laughed, but Marquis Duanmu did not find it funny. No matter how he looked at it, the other did not seem to be worried about his own safety. His gaze subconsciously turned to the maidservant by the stream in the distance. The attendant had a round face and was very young. From a distance, she did not seem special, and could not be a Realm 7 Grandmaster. At this time, she was looking up, but did not seem to know what was happening and did not dare to come close. A attendant like this, even if she cultivated a secret art of the Wuji imperial family, clearly could not guarantee the safety of this old woman. Then other than this attendant, what other possibility was there? The nearest Wuji army could not arrive before they took this old woman away. Yet, the more this old woman did not worry about her own life, the more it appeared to them that she had been waiting for their arrival. "You knew we were coming?" Marquis Duanmu frowned at the old woman, and his eyes moved. Those familiar with him knew that this was Marquis Duanmu's habit. In the military, his expression did not change, but when his eyes moved, he would kill. But now, his eyes moved because of nervousness and unease. When his voice rang out in this valley that seemed like a secret realm, he suddenly realized that he was very different from before. After Minute Mountain Sword Sect was seriously wounded, while he quickly recovered with Zheng Xiu's spirit medicines, the spine was the most important dragon for cultivators. It was where the energies connected. Even if the spine was broken into multiple pieces and recovered, there would still be some hidden injuries that would hinder his future cultivation. However, this defeat affected his state of mind the most. He and the two ministers had worked together to kill Bailey Sushue. Bailey Sushue had seriously wounded the two of them, and the other had escaped into the Changling Imperial Palace. This kind of experience was a great blow to his confidence. Sometimes, cultivators relied on their presence to advance. Once this presence was broken, they would start to hesitate and doubt. He felt that he was like this now. His mind had returned to many years ago when he was not strong enough in the military. If he lost something in battle, he would have to find it in battle. If he succeeded this time, he might be able to regain some of his confidence. Zheng Xiu is best at chain tactics, and frontal battle formations have always been what BA Mountain Swordfield was good at when they were leading the army, not hers. Back then, when she and BA Mountain Swordfield were fighting in the world, she only hid in the rear and used the Starfire sword as a surprise attack. Just like the Chu dynasty, when everyone's attention is focused on the battle on the front lines or when they feel the battle is over, it is usually when she attacks. The Wuji Empress Dowager looked at this Qin dynasty marquis whose eyes were still spinning and said with a pleasant expression, "I have a feeling, but I cannot guess who she sent." As to why I had a feeling, I felt that it was not worth it for someone like her to start a war just to get one or two things from the Mountain of Ancestors and to prepare for the spring attack on the Chu. In the past many years, she was like the smartest merchant, and would not do business where she would lose out. She definitely has other plans for the Wuji. As expected of the person who leads the Wuji. Your guess is very accurate. Marquis Duanmu and the people around him grew more cautious. Marquis Duanmu took a deep breath, looked at the old woman and said, "But putting aside your life and death, can you guess our true intentions in coming here?" "I would like to hear the details," the Wuji Empress Dowager replied. A person of high status was just a child learning to walk in front of someone of higher status. Also, Marquis Duanmu's presence had fallen after Minute Mountain Sword Sect. She had been on the throne longer than any emperor in the world, and knew the hearts of people and how to deal with these nobles. What she had said before was enough for these nobles from Changling to follow her footsteps. Wuji's power is actually far from Donghu's. The number of cultivators cannot even compare. The only difference is that the prestige of the Donghu imperial family cannot compare to yours. The ascetics of Donghu take up a large portion of the power. In Wuji, you are like the combination of the imperial family and the ascetics. You are thought of in Wuji as a person with divine authority, close to a god. Maybe after you die, you will be called a true god by the Wuji, and be recorded in the history books. Marquis Duanmu did not hesitate. For him, the best way to not be controlled by the enemy was to do as he thought. So he quickly continued. But the person Wuji thought of as a person with divine authority was one of your sons, Wu Bahai. He was a cultivation genius, and a rare talent to be a general. But he died young, so you reached this position. But we are certain that your son did not die of illness, but was poisoned to death. Marquis Duanmu looked at the old woman's features and sneered. If the Wuji know that you personally poisoned your son to death, what will happen? But the Wuji Empress Dowager's emotions did not change. She just shook her head. It appears that you all touched his corpse. But your deductions were wrong from the start. I did not need to poison to kill him, and would not have left such traces. The reason he died was because he failed to cultivate the poison body relic. The poison body relic is a forbidden method in Wuji. He brought it on himself and died in the end. I am not the only one who knows of this. It was hidden. If you expose it now, it will not affect my rule. Marquis Duanmu's mind shook. He exchanged a look with the people around him, and felt a strong sense of loss and absurdity. This was what they relied on the most because this concerned the stability of all of Wuji. Yet this matter was a mistake from beginning to end. The Wuji Empress Dowager laughed. Her smile was benevolent, but her eyes contained anger and murderousness. She knew that the mistress of the Changling Imperial Palace thought she knew her secrets, and had something to threaten her. Also, these Qin people had dug out the corpse of her son buried in the snowy peaks. So she decided to give these Qin people more suffering. Other than your wrong deductions, Zheng Xiu had you come here with an important mission. It should be the nine-eyed heaven pearl. She smiled as she looked at Marquis Duanmu and the cultivators around him. She said slowly, Wuji's nine-eyed heavenly pearl comes from outer space. Other than gathering the core energies of that meteor, the laws of the world have formed their own lines, containing the cultivation principles of starfire. For her, such an item holds endless possibilities. Seeing the shock in Marquis Duanmu and the others' eyes, this old woman who was full of murderous intent smiled even more. But there is a kind of secret that is only passed down from generation to generation by those who truly wield the throne. Even the people closest to me right now do not know that other than the nine-eyed heaven pearl, Wuji has something called the lightning formation armor. Chapter 764. This mountain slope was very warm under the sunlight. Yet, in this old woman's smile, Marquis Duanmu's limbs were inexplicably cold. Cultivators always had an inexplicable fear of the unknown. The words lightning formation totem armor were completely foreign to them. Zheng Xiu must have promised you many things. Otherwise, you would not have gone to Minute Mountain Sword Sect to fight Bailey Sushue. Especially after you were seriously injured by Bailey Sushue, you naturally feel that she should compensate you more. The Wuji Empress Dowager looked with slight disdain at the silent Marquis Duanmu and said, but who would she feel she owes? Have you ever thought that she sent you to Wuji not to compensate you, but to use you to obtain some secrets of the nine-eyed heavenly pearl? She might think that under such circumstances, I could only use the power of the nine-eyed heavenly jewel to protect myself. Then, she could use the starfire sword to fight against the power of the nine-eyed heavenly jewel and comprehend more astral yuan qi laws and logos. Pity, she will not succeed because I do not need to use the nine-eyed heavenly pearl, just the lightning formation armor. Marquis Duanmu's palms were sweating. At least, he could hear that if something like the lightning formation armor really existed, then it would be a seal weapon on the same level as the legendary Wuji treasure, the nine-eyed heavenly pearl. What shocked him the most was that he felt the Wuji Empress Dowager's words were not without reason. Assuming that everything you said is true, even if you say that this lightning formation armor is able to defend against her starfire sword, how are you going to escape from our hands? But in a battle between experts, no details would be missed. Marquis Duanmu took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes at the Wuji Empress Dowager. Even if you can deal with me, who can deal with the people around me, just your attendant? Hearing these words, the four subordinates beside him all laughed. Even though they did not have the confidence to win, and even their most important conjecture was wrong, their smiles were still a powerful weapon. Maybe they could force the other to get more useful information. Marquis Duanmu's words were not without reason. In the cultivation world, no one had ever seen the Wuji Empress Dowager fight. Even when the Wuji Emperor died and the imperial power fell into her hands, she had not personally fought. Of course, she could not be a cultivator of the 8th realm. Otherwise, her aura would not be so old. Even though she was a Realm 7 who had cultivated some kind of heaven-defying secret method, she had long passed the prime of a cultivator. Her energies had declined. At most, she could only deal with experts like Marquis Duanmu. Yet of the 4 people accompanying Marquis Duanmu, there were 2 Realm 7s and 2 Realm 6. Going deep into Wuji was an extremely dangerous matter. Marquis Duanmu could be said to have brought all his wealth. The maid by the stream was so young, even immature. Even now, she was still standing there in a daze. How could she possibly deal with these 4 cultivators? Unless she's Zhao Sai or Bai Shanshui, but Zhao Sai and Bai Shanshui are much older than her, and they can't be here. Amidst the laughter of his subordinates, Marquis Duanmu regained some of his sharpness and added with a cold smile. The Wuji Empress Dowager felt slightly emotional. She lamented that her opponent did not understand her well enough. Everyone in Wuji knew that she would never bluff. "I don't just have one maid, I have 2, she shook her head and said. When she finished speaking, a terrifying aura gushed out from her chest. This was her world. Even if the other had regained some confidence, she would still be the one to decide the battle. When this terrifying presence surged out of her chest, a pale white starfire fell from the sky. The cultivation method of Zheng Xiu's starfire sword was still unknown to the outside world, but some of her methods were known to cultivators. When a cultivator was willing to use their life bond energy to maintain one of her energy imprints, this cultivator would have a unique connection to her, just like her flying sword. She could use this cultivator to obtain some special senses. This special perception was most important in locking onto the presence. It could allow her to lock onto the presence of some enemies from thousands of miles away and kill them with the starfire sword. However, in many battles, her starfire sword had also become a special layer of protection. Just like now, that unique connection allowed her to sense the terrifying presence coming off the Wuji Empress Dowager from an unknown place. She immediately judged that this power was not something Marquis Duanmu and the Realm Sevens next to him could match. At the same time, Marquis Duanmu and the 4 cultivators next to him paled from this presence. The 5 of them became 5 rays of light that retreated backwards. 5 waves of energy roiled in front of them. A piece of golden human-shaped celestial metal flew out of the Wuji Empress Dowager's collar. At this time, Marquis Duanmu knew what the lightning formation armor was. Celestial metal was meteoric metal. This thumb-sized piece of celestial metal had all the characteristics of meteoric metal, the unique straight patterns formed by melting and condensing, the overlapping profound natural patterns, and the countless burn and melting marks on the surface. Yet none of the celestial metal he had ever seen was as special as this. Because between each natural pattern of this piece of celestial metal, lightning was shooting out. The presence that made them feel terror came from inside this piece of celestial metal, from the lightning. This piece of celestial metal was like a natural lightning formation. Their perception could not penetrate deep. There seemed to be a sea of lightning hidden in the thin piece of metal. This kind of celestial metal was not a natural and terrifying seal weapon. It was as if this meteorite had collided with countless thunderclouds when it fell. Under some kind of unique reaction, these thunderclouds were forcibly absorbed and engraved into the meteorite. In the end, these thunderclouds became the only remaining magic array in the meteorite. There was a rumbling sound. A golden bolt of lightning surged out of the hills and met the pale white starfire falling from the sky. The Wuji Empress Dowager looked calmly at this bolt of lightning. Just like she had said before, Zheng Xiu would not gain any benefits. Because all the lightning absorbed by this seal weapon came from this part of the world. At the same time, a crystal pillar appeared in the hands of the seemingly stupid attendant by the stream. In the next moment, the crystal pillar in the attendant's hands started to shine. A beam of light shot out of the pillar. The light immediately surpassed the lightning and starfire in the air, and all the light in the world. Marquis Duanmu felt a shadow cover his body. This was the presence of death. Chapter 765. To Marquis Duanmu, the attendant's cultivation was as young as her. When she released her vital energy, the light that first lit up in her hand was as insignificant as a firefly in Marquis Duanmu's perception. Yet this bit of light seemed to pass through countless cycles in the crystal pillar in her hand. Each time it passed through, its power multiplied. Even more importantly, it was fast and transparent. Marquis Duanmu felt that even if his power was slightly stronger than this light would still pass through. He was like a warrior in heavy armor who was unable to block an armor-piercing arrow. When this presence of death covered Marquis Duanmu's body, a Realm 7 Grandmaster behind him was the first to react. With a shout, the life bond energy of this subordinate who was loyal to Marquis Duanmu surged. 2 wheels of light, one white and one black, appeared in his hands. This Grandmaster's life bond item was a pair of flying hoops, a rare weapon. This pair of flying hoops spun furiously in his hands according to his thoughts, and faced the terrifying light. The golden lightning and the pale white starfire crossed. Almost at the same time, the black and white wheels crossed with the light. Thunder roared in the distant sky, and then there was a clear tearing sound. This tearing sound rang in the eardrums of everyone in the valley, accompanied by intense pain. In the next moment, everyone could no longer hear anything in the world. The world was deathly silent. The Wuji Empress Dowager pressed her lips together, enduring the blinding pain, and looked proudly at the sky. The pale white starfire shattered like a porcelain vase in the air. The thick golden lightning was like a broken golden tree stump in the air. The golden lightning even formed a solid fracture. In the next breath, the lightning from these openings began to drift outwards. However, at the same time, it drew the response of the world even further away. Countless strands of astral lightning energy were instantly drawn over, causing even more lightning to dance in the air like giant snakes. The falling lightning whipped aimlessly, and did not have much true power. But when they hit the pale white starfire in the air, they seemed to be slapping their faces. The Wuji Empress Dowager felt it was a pity that she could not hear this sound. She was certain that the sound of the lightning whipping the starfire was very similar to the sound of face slapping. In this temporarily silent world, Marquis Duanmu turned around. He saw a cloud of dust rise from the body of the subordinate behind him. The black and white wheels of light were still spinning, but they could not stop this light beam in time. This streak of light rushed in between the 2 wheels of light. This subordinate's clothes and flesh from his chest to his back were instantly turned into flying dust, scattering everywhere. In this moment, Marquis Duanmu's eyes were filled with despair, terror, and incomprehension. What had resisted Zheng Xiu's starfire sword was naturally the lightning formation armor that the Wuji Empress Dowager spoke of. But the crystal pillar in her attendant's hand was definitely not the legendary Wuji Nine-Eyed Heavenly Pearl. Then what was it? How could a cultivator who was so far away from Realm 7 kill a Realm 7? Treasure Light Temple. A green-clothed man beside him shouted angrily, but even he couldn't hear his own angry voice. When this light beam hit his colleague, he sensed a familiar presence. This presence came from Changling's Treasure Light Temple. In the past, when the Grandmaster of Treasure Light Temple had disobeyed Zheng Xiu's decree, he had fought against Mo Shouqing and died. Only one direct disciple remained. This young attendant was not from Wuji, but the female direct disciple of Treasure Light Temple, Hu Jingjing. She was from the Qin. A general like him who had fought for the dynasty his entire life could not tolerate such a betrayal. Even though he knew what ruthless methods Zheng Xiu had used to make the cultivation places of Changling listen to her decree, the betrayal of the Qin and the death of his companion still caused him to be so angry he could not control his rationality. A blue light appeared among the scattered lightning and starfire. This indigo-robed Grandmaster turned into a stream of light and arrived in front of Hu Jingjing by the stream. The difference between a Realm 7 Grandmaster and ordinary cultivators was not just in the power of vital energy and the amount of primal energies of the universe they could gather, but also in the speed of moving vital energy, perception, and everything else. In front of this indigo-robed Grandmaster, the distance of several hundred feet seemed to disappear in an instant. When he arrived in front of Hu Jingjing, in everyone's view, Hu Jingjing, who had just attacked, did not have time to react. She did not even have time to move her legs. There was a hiss. The indigo-robed Grandmaster's dark red sword light penetrated Hu Jingjing's body. But what shocked this indigo-robed Grandmaster first, and then Marquis Duanmu and the others, was that no blood flowed out of Hu Jingjing's body. This indigo-robed Grandmaster did not even sense that his sword light had penetrated something tangible. That hiss was the sound of his sword light penetrating the air and light. Refraction. Sky Nether Crystal. This indigo-robed Grandmaster was the strategist of Marquis Duanmu's army, Pang Yu. He was the most knowledgeable of all of Marquis Duanmu's retainers. In this moment, he reacted. From the very beginning, the maidservant who was drying the dried meat by the stream was not in the place he could see or sense. Even the beam of light did not come from the place he could see. Everything was an illusion created by the combination of the secret arts of Treasure Light Temple and the legendary sky nether crystal in the hands of the female student. She was just a girl who was still wet behind the ears, but in this battle, she was able to reach a level similar to Zhang Xiu. Over there, a subordinate to Marquis Duanmu's left caught a strange shadow out of the corner of his eye. He shouted. However, the others were still deaf and could not hear his voice, so he was the only one who turned his head. That was the direction they had come from. Under a snowy peak they had passed through, at the line where the snow met the frozen ground, there was an unusual light flashing. They could vaguely see the figure of a similar attendant. Formation. There was definitely a powerful amplification formation set up there. Otherwise, even the secret arts of Treasure Light Temple that were suited to the sky nether crystal could not allow a cultivator to kill a Realm 7, but this discovery seemed to be too late. The indigo-robed Grandmaster's body froze slightly. Marquis Duanmu sensed the movement of the subordinate beside him. He turned around but did not see Hu Jingjing immediately. His gaze was attracted by the ice peak closest to the valley. A flat wave of energy appeared on that ice peak. Inconceivably, that ice peak was cut in two near the top like a small icicle. The top part of the ice peak slid down towards the valley. Chapter 766. The collapse of the ice mountain would naturally cause an enormous avalanche. With a terrifying roar, ice and snow rolled down, forming a terrifying flood. Any cultivator who had seen an avalanche before knew that this type of snowfall would become faster and faster. When a small snowball rolled down from a tall mountain approached the snow line at the foot of the mountain, it would become who knew how many times larger. Moreover, along the way, it would carry with it even more ice and snow. In the records of history, some of the great avalanches that swallowed up entire armies, or even entire tribes in the snowy plains, were often just small pieces of ice and snow that fell due to some sounds. Some of them were just because travelers spoke a bit too loudly, surging through the valleys, shattering several icicles on the glacier. If a section of such an icy mountain was directly cut off and rolled down, the resulting avalanche would completely engulf the entire valley. Even a Realm 7 Grandmaster did not have the confidence to survive such an avalanche. Are you crazy? Marquis Duanmu's expression changed completely. He looked in disbelief at the old woman in front of the tent. Did the other want to be buried here with them? The Wuji Empress Dowager did not respond. She regretfully landed on the ground under her feet. When this land was covered in ice and snow, all the vegetation would die. In the next few years, this place would not be able to grow such beautiful flowers again. Just as she lowered her head, a voice rang out. The cold waves of air already swept over first, sweeping the several white-roofed imperial tents behind her into the sky like kites. A pillar of light passed through the wind and snow and landed on her body. This pillar of light came from the snow line where the Treasure Light Temple student Hu Jingjing was. At this time, Hu Jingjing did not hide her true location. She fearlessly sent her vital energy into the crystal pillar in her hand. The light from the pillar passed through the cold wind and snow, but still caused everyone to feel a warm feeling. When the warm light gathered into a pillar of light and landed on the Wuji Empress Dowager, other than the warmth, everyone felt an unusually gentle but powerful vitality enter the Wuji Empress Dowager's body. For Marquis Duanmu and the others, this feeling was like the vitality of the young female student from Treasure Light Temple had connected with the old woman, sending her vitality into the old woman's body. But at the same time, these Changling cultivators who knew of Hu Jingjing's identity knew this was an illusion. Treasure Light Temple did not have a secret art like this. This power that made people feel alive came from the power of the Heaven Abyss crystal in Hu Jingjing's hand. But even if he understood, what could it change? The Wuji Empress Dowager's presence suddenly grew like a giant standing up again. She laughed, her face glowing. She knew better than these cultivators who had come from afar that even with the nourishment of the energy in the Sky Abyss crystal, her youthful vitality could only last for a short moment. But this short moment was enough for her to complete this scheme she had planned for a long time. Under such a shocking avalanche, everyone had to escape. But the key was who would be able to escape. Her aura was still expanding, but her body had already flown into the sky. She followed Hu Jingjing's beam of light and flew towards the hill where Hu Jingjing was. The wind and snow were very cold. But Marquis Duanmu and the others felt even colder. Their eyes had turned white. Because the world in front of them had turned completely white. Shattered ice and snow flew to an unimaginable height, and reached the height of the white clouds in the sky. A shadow was collapsing. That was the source of the avalanche, the snowy peak that had fallen. Marquis Duanmu hesitated for a breath. Then he flew towards the Wuji Empress Dowager who was flying through the air. He did not have the confidence to survive such power. He also did not feel that the Wuji Empress Dowager could escape like this. Because even if the Wuji Empress Dowager used the power of the Sky Abyss Crystal to return to her youth, the power she showed in this moment was similar to theirs. He was not willing to lose like this. Also, if there was a chance of survival in this calamity, it would be on the Wuji Empress Dowager. As his figure flew up, 3 sharp-sword chiefs appeared behind him. His remaining 3 subordinates also flew up and followed behind him. These 3 subordinates were like wings helping him fly. The 3 sword energies of different strengths cut and blocked the oncoming wind and snow, so he was faster than the Wuji Empress Dowager. The 4 straight sword chiefs rapidly approached the Pillar of Light and the old woman in the Pillar of Light. Marquis Duanmu was confident he could stop this old woman. He could even see the red wrinkles on the old woman's face. If they had to die, then they would all die here. But at this time, he suddenly saw the old woman give a strange smile. He saw her say something to him. Right now, his ears were still in endless pain. Even though it was no longer silent, the wind and thunder were incessant. He couldn't hear the fine sounds in this calamity, but through her lips, he could clearly hear the words she said. "You forgot, I told you at the start that I have 2 attendants here." Marquis Duanmu's breathing suddenly stopped. He suddenly looked up. Amidst the snowstorm, the giant shadow that was constantly disintegrating suddenly sped up by several times. A sparkling and translucent ice tip was even faster than the cold wind, piercing through the fluttering snow. Inside this translucent ice tip, there was a cold and terrifying sword essence that he was familiar with. His pupils contracted violently. In the next moment, he let out an incomparably shrill roar and released all the origin Yuan Qi in his body. There was a muffled boom. Ice and snow danced outwards. Even the wind and snow that came down from the sky seemed to be scattered in this moment. A clear space appeared in the sky. In the distance, many cavalry who had rushed over saw a shocking scene. In a huge circle of snow, a section of ice peak collided with several rays of majestic sword qi. There seemed to be the figure of a young woman in that glowing ice peak. In the next moment, the ice peak collapsed in the air. Snowflakes as tall as mountains swept across the sky, even engulfing the dazzling beam of light. The bodies of all of those cultivators in the air disappeared into the countless piles of snow that collided chaotically in the air. The Wuji cavalry who had rushed over from the distance looked in shock. They could not control their steeds and could not get close. Chapter 767. The snowflow completely engulfed the warm valley, filling it up completely. The roaring sounds continued to ring out, and even the snowy mountains in the distance had avalanches of varying degrees due to the huge reverberations. The brave Wuji cavalry immediately reached the edge of the avalanche. Some members of the imperial family riding blue wolves immediately charged into the wind and snow. Yet in front of the roiling snow, these imperial family members could not get close to the slope where the Wuji Empress Dowager had been. These imperial family members stopped with ugly expressions. The snow in front of them was like bubbles that piled up in layers. After many heavy breaths, the snow gradually stopped, the wind quieted, and the world gradually cleared up. At this time, their bodies suddenly froze. They saw a scene they would never forget. The fading wind and snow could not block the light. The pillar of light that had guided the Wuji Empress Dowager was still shining. The difference was that the female student of Treasure Light Temple, Wu Jingjing, was walking down. The warm pillar of light from her crystal pillar landed on a spot on the slope. Where the pillar of light landed, there were 2 piles of glowing ice. For these cultivators, this was not hard to understand. When powerful energy blew away the ice and snow fragments, and squeezed the ice and crystals together, it would naturally produce this kind of seemingly untainted ice. What shocked them were the figures in the 2 piles of ice. Slightly higher up on the hillside, where the warm beam of light always shrouded, there were 4 straight crystal icicles. At the center of the 4 ice pillars stood the Wuji Empress Dowager and a blue-robed young woman. The young woman still gave off powerful sword essence, and it was possible to see threads blooming in the air. The 4 regularly shaped ice pillars were clearly formed by her sword essence, and carried a coldness completely different from the ice and snow in this part of the world. On the other hand, the other pile of ice was unusually messy. Marquis Duanmu's 4 subordinates had completely turned into ice sculptures. They held their swords and protected Marquis Duanmu in the center. However, their bodies had been pierced by the ice in many places and then frozen again. The power in their bodies caused the ice around them to become unusually chaotic spikes. Each spike flashed with a terrifying cold light. In the narrow space formed by the 4, Marquis Duanmu did not have any ice on his body, just a layer of white frost like the autumn frost on the tiles of Changling. However, his face, his expression, was instead even more gloomy than those 4 already dead subordinates, even more unpleasant to look at. Looking at his current appearance, everyone understood what kind of person was like with a dead heart. The Wuji Empress Dowager moved. Her steps were as steady as usual. When they saw her walk out of the center of the 4 ice pillars, the shocked Wuji cavalry gave a tsunami of cheers. The Changling Marquis darkness, helplessness, hopelessness, and unwillingness showed off her might and power. "Why don't you just die?" The Wuji Empress Dowager walked in front of Marquis Duanmu and said slowly. Her words were calm, without any disdain, and even a hint of sympathy. When he saw all his loyal subordinates die in battle, but could not change the result of this battle, this was the saddest thing. You may understand now why Wang Jingmeng did not choose to escape back then, and had to fight to the death in Changling. Looking at the speechless Marquis Duanmu, the Wuji Empress Dowager said with a sigh, "Bailey Sushue destroyed your mind first, and then you did not expect to die at the hands of his direct disciple. You marquises always think you are on the same level as Bailey Sushue and the top cultivators of the Basin Kendo ground. I fear that you will only discover this is not the case when you are truly defeated. Why is it like this?" Marquis Duanmu struggled to lift his head. He looked at the old woman and the 2 attendants, the young cultivators from Changling. He did not want to admit defeat, but he could not understand the old woman's words. The old woman's words struck his heart. He could not imagine why there was such a great disparity between him and Bailey Sushue and the others. They were both Realm 7, and had cultivated arduously. He had grown up with more difficult experiences than Bailey Sushue, and fought more battles. Let's start from the battle itself. The Wuji Empress Dowager looked coolly at him. She looked at the distant cavalry of the country that she was in charge of and said softly, "You do not understand me well enough. I was able to rule Wuji all these years without relying on my cultivation and combat power. Spirit and resolve can create courage and victory. Your failure is that after the people of the Basin Kendo ground died back then, among the outstanding cultivators of Changling, other than Yi Xileng, Mo Shouqing and a few others, there were not many people who valued external things more than their own interests. The cultivators of the Basin Kendo ground who died back then could fight to the death for a reason they thought was right. But you marquises mostly chose to stand on the side of Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu because of the benefits you received. You people are fundamentally different from Bailey Sushue and the others. So even if you do everything you can to catch up, even if you use all the resources the Qin dynasty can provide you, you can only look up to them. You will not even be as good as Yi Xileng and the other rising stars. In this battle, there were many times when you didn't think about fulfilling military orders, but about your own survival. That's why you missed many opportunities. My arrangements led to this result. I do not know if your subordinates thought it through before they died." The Wuji Empress Dowager paused for a moment. She looked respectfully at the cultivators sealed in the ice and said coolly, They received your kindness, or became loyal to you out of friendship. But following a leader like you, they did not have much of a future from the start. They will not have much success. Even if they sacrifice their lives, what kind of mark can they leave in the history books? She said many things to Marquis Duanmu. While she was speaking, Marquis Duanmu didn't say anything. She did not care what Marquis Duanmu was thinking right now. For a true expert like her, she only needed to lead others to follow her own rhythm. You are one of the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty. To opponents like you, I will give my last respect. She was slightly tired, and said the last words she wanted to say to Marquis Duanmu. The final word, respect, meant a dignified death. If one did not have the ability to fight, it was suicide. Chapter 768. A defeated expert was still an expert. New cultivators would appear in the cultivation lands of each dynasty each year. Those people who were strong enough to be recorded in the history books had many experiences worthy of respect. When Marquis Duanmu decided to commit suicide, he felt great respect for this old Wuji woman. Because in Wuji and other dynasties, it would be more difficult for women to take charge of politics than men. Even more importantly, this old Wuji woman had never relied on her own power. Maybe if I had met you 15 years earlier, and lost to you earlier, it would have been different. When he finally lowered his head, and let a sharp ice tip pierce his throat, he said seriously. The Wuji Empress Dowager did not respond. But she understood the meaning of this Qin dynasty Marquis. If Marquis Duanmu could see himself clearly back then his achievements on the path of cultivation would be very different. You lost again. She did not look at Marquis Duanmu, and turned to look at the place where the white star fire had fallen. She said slowly with a smug smile at the corners of her mouth. You really want the nine-eyed heavenly pearl, but you can't think of who has it. Under the contrast of the white snow, the old Wuji woman's eyes still appeared dim and turbid. The power of the sky nether crystal only made her younger for a moment. After the light bloomed, it seemed to burn more of her energy. Yet both Hu Jingjing and Xieru felt that this old woman's gaze was filled with kindness and wisdom. The two young girls were very pure. The purer they were, the more they could see the essence of things. The two of them felt that this old Wuji woman could win against the mistress of Changling because she could see people's hearts, and knew who could be trusted. The sky was cloudy, but it did not rain. Many of the residences in the Chu capital were lit up with lanterns. In the river outside the Chu capital where the nether floats had once appeared, the waves were somewhat turbulent, but the wind happened to come from downstream. This naturally made it convenient for many merchant ships going upstream. There were more merchant ships on the river than usual. In a small river bend near the Chu capital, there was a small boat. The famous fourth Mr. Zhao was on this boat. She was alone, drinking the sweet water sold in the Chu capital, and looking at the starry lights of the Chu capital. In the sugar water, there were evenly cut pear pieces and some dried longans. After being cooked in the sugar water, they became fat again, exuding a very pleasant fragrance. The more you see, the wider your horizons will be. No matter if it was the exquisite food, or the beautiful buildings even in the cloudy sky, or the breathtaking lines created by the craftsman, all of it made her sigh. She sighed that this ancient dynasty had more resources than her homeland, the great Zhao dynasty. Just like how the wind can blow the sails and carry the ship forward, just like how this bowl of sugar water will turn cold if left out for too long, there are many things in this world that are inevitable. She admitted that the Zhao dynasty under the rule of that muddlehead emperor would have been destroyed sooner or later, even if not for opponents like the Qin and Basin Kendo ground. It was just that the things that had happened could not be forgotten. A boat floated over from downstream. The speed of the ship was not fast, but there was a unique aura that naturally attracted her perception. She put down the half-empty bowl of sugar water, used a rough cloth handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth, and then waited calmly. Seeing the boat move, she did not give off any vital energy vibrations, but only she knew that her presence was becoming more and more perfect. Not long ago, she had exchanged blows with Chi Siren. At the time, she was full of fighting spirit, and her condition was at its peak. But compared to now, that battle could only be said to be a warm-up. A battle that could be called an epic was not just about who the opponents were, the strength of their cultivation, but also the meaning it represented. In the last 50 years of the cultivation world, what the cultivators imagined and anticipated the most was the battle between the Grandmaster of the Jiao Sword Furnace and the first swordsman of the world, Wang Jingmeng. But this battle did not happen in the end. When she had fought Qi Siren that day, Jiao Fourth Mr. Jiao Miao knew that she had comprehended all the sword essences that her master wanted her to comprehend, and was infinitely close to her master's level. But today, as she watched the boat come closer, she knew that she was infinitely close, and not equal or surpassing. Only a fated opponent like this, an opponent her sect had waited for many years, could allow her to stand at such a height. When the two boats were less than 50 feet apart, and she saw Ding Ning's face on the bow, she nodded slightly, and stood with her hands behind her back. At this time, she was certain that he was no different from her master back then. The Jiao Sword Furnace is extraordinary as expected, full of talents. Ding Ning looked at her and said calmly. Such words might sound polite or fake from other people's mouths, but it was completely different from him. Jiao Miao raised an eyebrow slightly, and accepted the praise. Then she asked, "You were in Jiaodong Commandery, why did you suddenly come here?" "Fetching an old friend, and taking care of some matters," Ding Ning answered. Jiao Miao immediately understood, and her eyes flashed. "Bailey Sushue is about to arrive." Ding Ning did not speak, and just nodded. Jiao Miao took a deep breath, looked at him and said, "You owe the Jiao Sword Furnace a blow." Ding Ning said, "I owe the Jiao Sword Furnace." Jiao Miao thought seriously and said, "Do you want to change the time?" This was not a planned duel, but a coincidence. But in her view, if Ding Ning had important matters to attend to, this duel could be postponed. No need. But Ding Ning shook his head and said, "It is better to meet at the right time than deliberately." After a pause, Ding Ning looked at the distant sky and said softly, "I have waited for this blow for many years. Also, in this Chu capital, if there is someone like your master that I respect, I will not come so casually." Jiao Miao nodded again in greeting. Previously, she had bowed for herself. This time, she was bowing for her master. "Then let's start," she asked. How can such a sword move silently without the audience it deserves? Ding Ning looked at the city walls of the Chu capital not far away. He looked at the newly built city walls and the tallest city gate and smiled. Jiao Miao immediately understood Ding Ning's meaning. She also smiled proudly. "Then as you wish." Zhongsun Qianxue was in the canopy of the small boat, and was sipping a new pot of wine. This time, she did not casually wear the most ordinary clothes. Instead, she wore a snow-white dress. This pot of wine was not the coarse wine casually made in falling parasol, but the wine that only the Gongsun family, the head of the old nobility, knew how to make. Chapter 769. The best wine, the grandest clothing, the most beautiful woman. What was worthy of them was naturally the most important matter. The two ships moved with the waves, slowly moving towards the tallest city walls of the Chu capital. The first sword of the world, Wang Jingmeng, and the Grandmaster of the Jiao Sword Furnace, had been cultivators at the peak of the world. After many years, only Yuanwu, who had flattened a mountain with one blow at the Deer Mountain Conference, and Bailey Sushue, who had fought his way into the Changling Imperial Palace from Minute Mountain Sword Sect. That Jiao Sword Furnace Grandmaster had passed away, but Jiao Sai had taken his blow. She represented the Jiao Sword Furnace right now. The first sword of the world, the Jiao Sword Furnace, and the eldest miss of the Gongsun family, one of the former leaders of Changling's old nobility, had come together to receive Bailey Sushue. This was naturally the most important matter. Ding Ning stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the approaching city. His expression was still calm, and his presence had not changed. But he knew his cultivation was becoming more and more perfect. This city had been taken by Shu Fu's army and the cultivators of the Qi dynasty. When the Qi emperor and Zheng Xiu finished dividing their benefits, the Qin army had taken the leading position here. Some of the Qin troops who had fought from the Qin and Chu border to here, especially the subordinates of the marquises who had died in battle, had stopped around the Chu capital to reorganize. In his life, or rather, in Wang Jingmeng's life, when he was the strongest and most perfect, he had fought his way into Changling alone, and fought an entire city alone. One person fighting an entire city was not just tragic. That kind of scene could force a cultivator to burn their life to the strongest. When he had taken over the floating city of Jiaodong Commandery, and officially entered Realm 7, Ding Ning's vital energy cultivation was even more perfect than in the past. Because he had made up for many deficiencies in his cultivation, and had obtained the benefits of many powerful cultivation methods that he had not been able to obtain in the past. However, he himself understood that he still needed an opportunity to completely ignite the self that had been dormant for many years. Only then would he be able to completely reach and surpass his past self. This large city was very close to Changling in the past. This was the opportunity he had created himself. Compared to this great city, and even compared to the fleet of large ships sailing on the great river, these two small boats seemed too small and lonely. No one knew that Ding Ning had entered the Chu territory. Much of the information came from Jiaodong Commandery. When Jiaodong Commandery was completely controlled by the Basin Kendo ground and the Chu army led by consort Zhao, the power of the Zheng family was swept away. Jiaodong Commandery was like a mysterious world isolated from the outside world. However, a Grandmaster had his own temperament. Even if he did not release any fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth, he would still be able to do so. When the two small boats were still several li away from the port, they had already attracted the attention of the guards on the city gate tower. They had not received any notice from above. The powerful cultivators who had come were uninvited guests, especially now that the Chu was not peaceful. The Qin dynasty only controlled 2 or 3/10 of the land. The generals on the city walls had high status in the warden's office. So these two silent boats were very strange to them. Out of consideration for the fact that the other party was a powerful cultivator, the guards on the city gate tower maintained a certain degree of restraint, not immediately having the fast ships in the port head over to intercept and question them. However, when those two small boats directly passed through the docked port, following the flow of water towards the gate of the moat, and then continued towards the city walls, all of the guards' hearts began to tighten. But even at this time, these soldiers, including the increasing number of cultivators on the city gate tower, did not think that the person on the boat wanted to face the city alone. In their fixed thinking, no matter how powerful a Grandmaster was, it was impossible for 1 or 2 people to openly face so many armies and kill their way into the city. In their subconscious, that matter had happened many years ago, and even that person had died in Changling. This kind of fixed thinking caused their subconscious to not connect the people on the small boats with the people who had killed their way into Changling back then. The highest guard on the city gate tower still did not give any warning, but military orders were secretly sent into the city at the fastest speed. More and more cultivators rushed over. Many large military weapons had finished their training and were ready to be activated at any time. Some unique sounds and vibrations of energy produced light that flashed through the city gate tower. This was the most murderous warning. However, there was still no movement from the people on the two boats. Under their increasingly nervous and cold gazes, the two small boats arrived in front of the gate leading to the moat. This gate controlled the water level of the moat to always be higher than the river outside. When the gate opened, the water would flood into the river. This way, even if large numbers of enemy ships approached the city through the river, they would go against the flow, and would be swept far away in an instant. At the time, the nether float fleet of the Qin dynasty had traveled underwater, and the armored ships were too heavy. With the yin energy of the Qi dynasty cultivators protecting them, they were not affected by the water flow when they destroyed the gate and charged at the city walls. However, today, before the two small boats even touched the heavy iron gate, the gate suddenly cracked. Large amounts of water charged out of the gate, and the power was much more terrifying than when the gate was fully opened. What made the pupils of many cultivators on the city walls immediately contract, their bodies immediately surging with coldness, was that the two-leaf small boats instead easily tore through the water flow, easily entering their line of sight again, and then continued towards the city gate's southern tower. This silent and casual feeling caused people to feel inexplicably dangerous. Adding on the destruction of the gate, the guard on the city gate did not hesitate and gave multiple orders. Loud shouts could be heard. Then the shouts were drowned out by the sound of the air being torn apart like a tide. A dark green flame arrow instantly lit up the gloomy sky outside the city. This was not a test. This was one of the strongest seal weapons of the Qin dynasty army, and had once appeared at the Deer Mountain Conference. One sword each, do not waste energy. When the light of the green arrows appeared behind the city walls, Ding Ning said to Zhao Miao next to him, "I will go first." Zhao Miao nodded her head in an unusually straightforward manner. Then, she took a step towards the city gate tower that wasn't far away. The moment her feet left the boat, 2 footprints appeared at the bow of the small boat under her, where she was standing. 2 bright red footprints could be seen. The hard wooden board had turned to red charcoal. In the next moment, the small boat under her disappeared with a boom, turning into countless pieces of burning charcoal that shot into the sky. Those dark green flame arrows originally contained a terrifying amount of heat, enough to melt rocks. However, compared to these fiery red charcoal fragments, the difference was like the difference between firewood that was about to burn out and the fire that was gushing out of a pill furnace. There was a strange vibration in the air. The heat from the flaming arrows that fell like a tide could not be condensed. Instead, they were evaporated like water droplets, and burned even higher into the sky with the endless heat. An enormous burning cloud formed in the sky above this section of the city wall. The soldiers and cultivators on the city walls felt even colder, but when they were burned by the true heat, they felt as though they had fallen into the heat of summer, and they sweated profusely. "Fourth Mr. Zhao." A cultivator on the city wall squeezed out the words. Chapter 770. The power of these arrows was attracted by the other's sword essence and turned into a sky-burning presence. In the world, only the grandmasters of the Zhao sword hut could control fire to such a degree. The woman who jumped up from the small boat was small in stature. She could only be the legendary 4th Mr. Zhao, who was as famous as Bai Shanshui. All the soldiers and cultivators on the walls could not imagine why this legendary Zhao cultivator would appear in public like this. Many soldiers and generals were dazed for a moment when the flames burned the sky. Yet when some seal weapons were activated, and some sharp wind brushed against the flames, creating muffled howls, the dozens of swordsmen waiting on the walls reacted at the same time. Many cultivators of the Qin dynasty were independent individuals in the military. They did not need military orders. They judged the situation in battle and acted according to their own judgment. The swordsmen of Changling were originally brave and proud. While they were intimidated by 4th Mr. Zhao's name, 4th Mr. Zhao's disregard for others as he walked towards the city gates ignited the fighting spirit of these swordsmen. Dozens of flying swords suddenly passed through the fire curtain with different sounds. Most of the flying swords in the military were skilled at hiding danger, especially in cooperation. Most of these dozens of flying swords only created a clear whirlpool when they passed through the fire curtain, a faint trail of fire, and then suddenly disappeared as though they did not exist. In the air that was scorched by the true fire, there were only a few streaks of violent sword Dao that could be clearly seen. But for cultivators, the flying swords of Changling were the most threatening when they disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, these disappearing flying swords might appear from under the roof tiles, from the shadows under one's feet, from a splash on the water, or from a flame falling from the sky, and come within a few feet of 4th Mr. Zhao. Some flying swords might arrive from different angles at the same time. Some flying swords might purposely be late. Some might still be hiding sinisterly, searching for a gap in the other's attack, or a moment when the vital energy flow was not smooth. Dozens of swordsmen who could control flying swords at will could create countless possibilities in a breath. Dozens of flying swords were countless sword shadows. Moreover, they were the first batch of sword masters to react. There would be more sword masters gathering on this section of the city wall, and there would be more sword masters attacking. In the subconscious minds of these Changling swordsmen, no cultivator had ever been able to face so many flying swords head-on. So when the experts of the enemy countries were discovered in Changling, they could only flee and not fight. Thus, from their point of view, even if 4th Mr. Zhao did not retreat, he could only continue to fight. It was impossible for him to continue walking towards the city gate tower as if there was no one around him. However, The scene in front of them caused their gazes to freeze again. Zhao Miao simply didn't care about these dozens of flying swords. She didn't change her direction at all. As if she was taking a stroll in the courtyard, she swept through the air and stepped towards the center of the roof of the city gate tower. Because she had Ding Ning behind her, she had already used her sword to block the seal weapons of the Qin army. The following flying swords were Ding Ning's problem and had nothing to do with her. Kai. A cracking sound was heard. A flying sword was the first to sense her withdrawal of power. With a hint of disbelief, it suddenly sped up, creating an icy sword shadow in the air and slicing towards her neck. In the instant that this flying sword flew out, the originally calm space within a few feet or even several tens of feet around her suddenly became chaotic and chaotic. Ding Ning's left hand left his waist. However, in this chaotic space, tiny white flowers bloomed quietly. Everything seemed to slow down. A remnant sword hit the first flying sword. With a soft sound, a ripple spread clearly in the air. More small white flowers bloomed on the remnant sword and floated in the air. That flying sword spun and was sent flying, hitting another flying sword that had just flown out of the shadows under the eaves. The latter shot out and hit a flying sword that was falling from above like a meteor. In the eyes of all the cultivators, that remnant sword that was blooming with small white flowers only hit a few flying swords. The entire process was clear, but when these flying swords spun out, they immediately changed the entire situation. There were flying swords flying around Zhao Miao's body, but her body seemed to become a kind of demonic power that blocked the existence of these flying swords. No flying sword could land on her body. Not a single flying sword could land on the body of the owner of the broken sword behind her. All the flying swords were still flying in the air, but most of the masters forgot to control their flying swords at this moment. Everyone's gaze and perception left forth Mr. Zhao's body and landed on Ding Ning behind her. Those flying swords were still blooming in the air. The chaos gave off an indescribable feeling of clarity, as if every flying sword was in its proper position. The sound of those flying swords colliding with each other was like music with a unique rhythm. There were no true gods in this world. But in this moment, looking at Ding Ning's body red from the burning clouds, and the remnant sword that seemed to be very quiet, many cultivators felt they were looking at a god. Numerous Realm 7 grandmasters who had not yet acted started to tremble. Great terror rose from the depths of their hearts. This last flower remnant sword represented the other's identity. Easily repelling the encirclement of dozens of flying swords was proof that the other was that person who had returned. There was only one person in the world who could use sword to defeat sword like this. Without relying on brute force, he could clearly sense the sword essence, the path of the sword, and defeat it. It was like a miracle. Two soft sounds came from the eaves of the turret. Zhao Miao and Ding Ning's feet had landed on the ground. The two stood calmly at each end of the city gate tower. Their figures were so tall in the light, but in the eyes of these cultivators, they seemed to be standing in the sky. Many sounds of metal hitting the ground sounded. There were flying swords, many people's weapons, and even formation pivots that activated formations. It was not just the cultivators. When many soldiers realized who the person behind fourth Mr. Zhao was, countless memories and an indescribable surge of emotion, along with an era that seemed to have already disappeared, pressed down on their minds. Once upon a time, that person had been their military god, their war god, an invincible existence who led the charge. The first sword of the world they fervently worshipped and followed. Chapter 771. For the soldiers of the Qin dynasty, bravery was ingrained into their bones, and obedience to military orders was an instinct formed after countless training. For ordinary soldiers and military cultivators, they rarely had the chance to consider whether the orders of their superiors were right or wrong. For some generals who could decide the movements of the entire army, they considered more of a trade-off. This trade-off came from the interests of the entire dynasty and the future, the lives of tens or even hundreds of thousands of their subordinates, and even their families. So when something important to the entire dynasty happened, most of them did not have the right to know. Even in the past in Changling, when some armies received orders from their superiors and risked their lives to fight, when they finally saw the enemy they were facing, they saw in disbelief that the enemy they were facing was the person they passionately worshipped and loved. For the soldiers and cultivators of the Qin dynasty, they did not even have the chance to choose. They were not in Changling. They only heard the result of the story. They were still fighting like normal, chasing in the footsteps of their heroes, but in a night, everything changed. The Basin Kendo ground no longer existed. The heroes and war gods in their hearts had all become traitors, and they quickly disappeared from the history of this dynasty. In the next few years, even the history books related to these people were burned, as if it was just a dream. Nothing was left behind after the wind blew by last night. They had no right to change anything. All they could do was continue to grip their weapons and fight, for their family and loved ones, for the better future of the dynasty. But as time passed, did some things really fade and have no effect on them? At least, not everyone was like this. At least, some people's burning emotions hidden deep in their hearts erupted at this moment. At least, many people followed their most sincere emotions at this time. After the sound of metal hitting the ground, other than some distant sounds of tearing through the air and footsteps, the entire world grew silent. This section of the wall was so quiet that only the sound of heartbeats and breathing could be heard. Looking up at the two people standing opposite each other in the sky, some people suddenly burst into tears. It wasn't because of sadness, but because of an extremely complicated emotion. In the next few breaths of time, many soldiers and cultivators took half a step back. They raised the ordinary iron swords in their hands, or the various famous swords from various cultivation places. Then, they held the swords horizontally in front of their chests and bowed slightly. This was not a challenge, but a salute. It represented what choice they would have made if they had been in Changling back then. In the Changling of the past, such a choice meant death. In the present Chu capital, such a move might bring death. But to die for the emperor, this represented the highest respect. Zhao Miao looked quietly at this scene and said to Ding Ning, "My master told me that it is not easy to be remembered by many people. If you can do what many people say, you are a good person, your life will be enough. As a person, countless people would give their lives to you. Even he couldn't do that, because he wouldn't give up so much. He only wants peace and quiet, a place where he can live in peace. Different ages, different life experiences, will create different thoughts." Ding Ning did not have a proud expression and responded calmly, "But I am very comforted. Because justice is in people's hearts." After saying this to Zhao Miao, he added softly. Zhao Miao did not say anything else. She slowly raised her head. The sky suddenly darkened. A light rain suddenly fell. Just now, the seal weapons and the heat from her true fire had evaporated large amounts of water in the moat into the air. At this time, these raindrops were condensed from the water vapor. Each drop was unusually crystallized, like the dew on the grass in the morning. Just as she raised her head, a rainbow appeared in the sky. The rainbow was reflected in the depths of her eyes, reflecting countless burning emotions. Her body started to burn. Justice was in people's hearts. Even though her master had been charged with treason and died in the schemes of that incapable ruler, there would be public opinion afterwards. All the cultivators in the world would feel respect when they mentioned her master. She was very at ease. She had traveled for many years under her master's orders, but she finally had a place to return to. At this time, she was at ease. The thread of anger that usually wrapped around her heart disappeared. Her mind was even clearer and higher. At this time, she seemed to be standing where the Jiao sword furnace had been in the past. Any trace of true fire that gushed out of her body carried a kind of holy light, which was shocking. There was a loud bang. Her right hand clenched. There was no sword in her hand, but the image of a sword furnace appeared in the world and smashed down towards Ding Ning's head. It was an unusually simple and violent blow. The Jiao sword furnace that would never change in her heart was the sword. Eternity was actually a very illusory thing because no one had ever seen true eternity. But if something gave people the feeling of eternity, it usually meant that it was strong and had power that surpassed the mortal world. All the realm's 7 cultivators in the Chu capital who had seen this blow paled. All these grandmasters felt insignificant and ashamed of their inferiority. They could not imagine that 4th Mr. Zhao would use such a blow, and could not imagine how to defeat it. Ding Ning's eyes were filled with joy and admiration. He had waited for this battle for a long time, and even thought it would never happen again. But this battle finally came, and this sword was as stunning as he had imagined, enough to make the world pale. His body appeared blurry in the twisting air on the top of the city gate tower. He felt like he was evaporating, but he could not help but smile. He used a sword move that he had thought of many years ago. Hiss. He used his fingers as a sword. There was no vast vital energy charging out of his fingers, but the primal energies of the universe that he had gathered started to burn at his fingertips at an astounding speed. A fire sword shot towards the sword furnace ahead. He added more fire to the Jiao sword hut. This flame had 5 colors. It was different from true fire, and different from the stars in the sky. But like the legendary fire of 5 flavors, all the cultivators present immediately felt his truest emotions. Everyone seemed to have experienced the joys and sorrows of his years. Sword essence was in this will. The truest human will could be defeated with human will. The fire essence was at its peak. Adding on the truest fire in the world, there was no other vessel to use. The sword furnace shadow that was falling towards Ding Ning gave off a very real cracking sound. Fire spread in all directions. The last flower remnant sword floating at his left hand flew up. Fine white flowers fell down, so beautiful it did not seem to belong to the mortal world. The glowing droplets of water falling from the sky turned into countless streams of water, gently hugging the scattered lines of fire, and guiding them towards the great river behind. He had taught Yi Xileng his swordsmanship. No one in the world could do better than him in using water. Tolerance, and not mutual destruction. Chapter 772. The water wrapped around the line of fire and fell into the river. There was almost no sound, only white smoke rising. A section of the river instantly dried up. The exposed riverbed cracked like land that had been dehydrated for a long time. In the next moment, the water in the moat surged out even more fiercely, colliding with the water coming from other parts of the river and creating a clear white wave. The water vapor floated into the air and was cold, causing more raindrops to fall. The furnace that contained heaven and earth and gathered all kinds of fire in the mortal world, which could burn all things, was broken so easily. Looking at the unburned city gate tower and the 2 people still facing each other, everyone inside and outside the city walls was shocked speechless. So you really can defeat such a sword? Raindrops fell on Zhao Miao's face and rolled down like tears. She looked at Ding Ning and said, "There is no sword form in the world that cannot be defeated." Ding Ning looked at her and said calmly, "If it is a battle of life and death, there will be a follow-up. My master only thought of such a sword against you back then. It seems that I do not understand my master well enough." Zhao Miao slowly closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering. She said softly, "He does not want to kill you, he just wants to see if you can handle this sword." Faint sorrow appeared in Ding Ning's eyes. He said, "Killing is not the best method. If a battle of swords can allow us to understand each other's thoughts, there are many things that do not need to be resolved by armies fighting." Zhao Miao took a deep breath. Then she opened her eyes and looked at Ding Ning. She said, "Thank you." There were many things in her words of thanks. Ding Ning's sword had given her more comprehension of the sword path. But more importantly, she seemed to have seen her master's heart. Ding Ning bowed in return. Zhao Miao did not linger and floated to the water behind him. The water in the moat gushed out violently. Only the small boat Zhongsun Chenxue was on was like a reef in the middle of the river, majestic and unmoving. Zhao Miao swept past the small boat and caught the jug of wine that Zhongsun Chenxue threw to her. She smiled at Zhongsun Chenxue and bowed to express her gratitude. Only now did she act like a girl. In the next moment, she stepped on the waves and followed the flow of the river. In the blink of an eye, everyone on the city wall could only see a petite figure. Ding Ning looked at her back, his eyes full of emotions. He could see that with Zhao Miao's departure, she had the intention of leaving the world with all of her grievances gone. If nothing unexpected happened, maybe this 4th Mr. Zhao and the cultivators of the Jiao sword furnace would not interfere in the conflicts of the world. What made him feel gratified and amazed was that she would have great achievements on the path of cultivation in the future. It would only be a matter of time before she surpassed her master. He was the only one left on the city gate tower. But at this time, more people noticed the motionless little boat on the water. Many people started to confirm the identity of Zhongsun Qianxue on the boat. This evoked more memories. But the events of the memories appeared clearly in front of their eyes. This brought more terror to many people. In a certain crowd on the city wall, a cultivator's face was exceptionally pale. From his appearance, he was at most 40 years old. But from the unique scent on his body, he was far from this age. He cowered and lowered his head as though he wanted people to not notice him. But the robes of the martial bureau he wore were dazzling. In all of Changling, there were not many people of the martial bureau who had a higher rank than him. Just as he was filled with the impulse to flee, Ding Ning's gaze landed on him. "And Longyun, do you have something you want to say to me?" There were many people between Ding Ning and this high official of the martial bureau, but Ding Ning asked him first. Many of the people present were not surprised. In the rebellion of Changling back then, including the encirclement of the Basin Kendo ground, many of the armies under the command of the Basin Kendo ground had rebelled. Some of the generals of the armies had made orders that chilled many people's hearts, and sent their subordinates to their deaths. One person, one order, and they had destroyed their entire army. Because that army was the army of the Basin Kendo ground. And Longyun was one of those generals. But An Longyun had not thought that there would be a time when she would face the Ba Mountain swordfield again, and that person again. Without any hesitation, when Ding Ning's gaze landed on him, An Longyun started to flee. His body turned into a wild gust of wind and flashed into the depths of the Chu capital. He knew that he was not a match for Ding Ning, but he was a Realm 7 cultivator. If he ran at full power, he had a great chance of escaping. Even more importantly, he was an official of the Qin dynasty. Some armies and cultivators wavered in front of this former military god. As long as Ding Ning did not charge into the city, these armies and cultivators would not even act. But if Ding Ning did not charge into the city, these people's attitudes would be different. However, in just one breath, he felt a strange aura. It was not the threat of death approaching, but the world around him was too quiet. He looked back. What caused his body to stiffen inexplicably was that he saw Ding Ning did not chase after him and was still standing quietly on the top of the city gate tower. The Basin Kendo ground leads armies. While we use tactics, if we encounter a battle to the death, we will lead and never retreat. Have the cultivators of the Qin dynasty become so weak? If this is the case, even if we win the world, we lose face. If you want to fight, then fight. Do not order your troops and have others pay with their lives. If you do not dare to fight, then leave this city. But you must know shame. Ding Ning's voice sounded. While it was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of everyone who could see him. As he spoke, the last flower remnant sword floated next to Ding Ning, reminding everyone of the life of the sword's original master. Countless people started to tremble. Many years ago, the Qin dynasty was not strong compared to the other dynasties, but the Basin Kendo ground led the reform. Wang Jingmeng and the Basin Kendo ground swordsman first taught the Qin people bravery, and then fairness and shame. But was this fair to the Basin Kendo ground in the end? Back then, everyone was proud to be a Qin person, not just because the Qin dynasty was the strongest. Was the present Changling, the present Qin dynasty, the same as before? Quiet cloud sword abyss, Qiu Yinche, please. A murderous voice sounded. A person jumped up from the city walls and landed towards Ding Ning with a sword light. Ding Ning nodded, held the last flower sword across his chest in a bow, and then swung his sword. There was a tearing sound. The last flower sword easily tore apart this person's sword light, and hit this person's chest like a wave, sending him flying out of the air. Qi Linjun of the Mount Qi Sword School, please. Another sword light flew up and charged towards Ding Ning. Ding Ning stood motionless, returned the bow, and attacked. Chapter 773. Sword lights continuously flew up and landed at the top of the city gate tower. Yet Ding Ning only needed one blow to defeat the owners of these sword lights. No one could withstand this blow. If the previous battle between Ding Ning and fourth Mr. Zhao was like a fight between immortals, then this battle was happening in the mortal world. All of these Qin people understood what Ding Ning wanted to express. Today, I will stand here. If you think you are my enemy, then come and fight. But this battle was based on the rules of the Qin. They had to know shame. So the cultivators charging up the city gate tower to challenge him were of all levels of cultivation. There were Realm 4 and 5 cultivators, and occasionally Realm 7 grandmasters. Yet, to everyone's shock, the boundaries of cultivation did not seem to exist in front of Ding Ning. No matter if it was a Realm 4 or 5 swordsman, or a Realm 6 or 7 cultivator, there was no difference in everyone's eyes. Ding Ning only needed one blow to defeat the cultivator who came forward. Ding Ning only used the last flower remnant sword. For the military of the Qin dynasty, there was definite information that Ding Ning's lifebond sword was the best sword in the world. The multicolored sword lights lit up on the city gate tower like fireworks, but they were as short as meteors. The flow of water in the city moat calmed down again. Dressed splendidly, Zhongsun Qianxue looked up at the flame-like sword lights on the city gate tower. Her past absolute coldness was swept away. She did not use a cup, and just took a sip from a wine jug. As a flush appeared on her beautiful face, she smiled and gave off an even brighter light. She was not an ordinary girl. Putting aside her family background, she was the most talented young cultivator of her time. Naturally, she had her wild times. Someone who could make her fall in love naturally had many moments in front of her. Seeing Ding Ning casually defeat cultivators, she thought of many scenes when Wang Jingmeng first entered Changling. If you're not convinced, then let's fight. That disdainful and arrogant voice seemed to still echo in her ears, but in a trance, more than 10 years had passed. We can definitely stack him to death. Several miles behind the south gate of the Chu capital, in the largest military camp of the Qin army, several generals stood alone on the tallest wooden tower. One of the generals had an extremely ugly expression. He found it difficult to breathe, and the armor on his chest was trembling. Even if his vital energy is almost endless, even if he can replenish his vital energy in battle, there is a limit to his body. Even if he is chopping firewood, after chopping thousands or tens of thousands of them, his body will not be able to withstand it. Stack him to death. The key is, how many people are willing to listen to orders? Meng Fenghu coldly interrupted the general. When Su Qin had been kidnapped by Qi Siren that day, he had become the highest commander of the Chu military. He was from the Meng Marquessate establishment, the first disciple of Meng Fangying, and had even been given a name in the Meng Marquessate establishment. Marquis Meng and his strongest cultivators had died in the Thousand Mountain formation that had surrounded Ding Ning. Of course, he hated Ding Ning. But while he hated him, some things could not be changed by his will. At a glance, inside and outside the city, only a small number of troops were moving according to the previous orders. Most of them were staying put and leaving their original positions. Ever since he and Zhao Miao appeared here, Ding Ning had not said anything about attacking or taking over the Chu capital. But he was certain that today, they would not just lose this city. Back in Changling, Wang Jingmeng had been defeated because there were too many cultivators in the world who wanted to kill him. Some of the troops loyal to Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu risked their lives to fill in because Wang Jingmeng and the Basin Kendo ground had been accused of many crimes. However, time was ultimately the best detergent. Right now, most likely, even the ordinary old soldiers in the city knew what had happened back then, and who had wronged who. Now, each of Ding Ning's sword strikes was a constant reminder to everyone in the city. Without tens of thousands of soldiers risking their lives to fill in, who could defeat the person standing on the city gate tower? A green-robed grandmaster jumped onto the city gate tower at this time. Most people in the new imperial city of the Chu capital did not know his name. They only knew that he had been Su Qin's personal attendant, sent by the Changling Imperial Palace to protect Su Qin's safety. So it was not hard to speculate. He should be one of Zheng Xiu's trusted aides, and likely had the use of monitoring Su Qin in the Chu capital. So when he appeared, many people who had been numb from shock suddenly became nervous. This green-robed grandmaster was definitely one of the strongest grandmasters in the city right now. Hungshan, Shu Muyan. The green-robed grandmaster announced his identity. What followed was an unimaginably heavy black sword light. The roof tiles on the city gate tower that had not been damaged in the previous battle shattered when his sword light fell. Yet, Ding Ning just gently returned a blow. The sword light from the last flower remnant sword was extremely light, like a breeze in spring. This green-robed grandmaster grunted. Before he could use his power, blood erupted from his chest. He could not raise the black sword light in his hand, and smashed it down in front of him. This is the spring mud sword essence of clear distant sword school? Such a blow can defeat my black kuei sword? Waves of intense pain traveled into the mind of this cyan-robed grandmaster. He looked at the blood spurting out in front of him in disbelief. Other than the sword move itself, what puzzled him even more was that there was no reaction from the sky. There was no spark as he had imagined. Just now, when he used that blow, he had completely activated the presence connected to the mistress of Changling. In his thinking, the mistress of Changling would definitely give the strongest attack of her life. Ding Ning was invincible right now, but he was just Realm 7. He was certain that after these years, Zheng Xiu's power had surpassed any grandmaster of Changling in the past. If Zheng Xiu unleashed the strongest attack she had ever unleashed in her life, coupled with his full-powered sword strike, there might be an opportunity that could be exploited. Yet, no spark fell. Could it be that even she was afraid? Or perhaps even she would feel remorseful and not want to meet him face to face? This green-robed grandmaster could not understand. His body fell heavily into the river. Amidst the sound of water, an imperceptible singing came from the distant river. It was a woman's voice. Her voice was graceful with a hint of laziness, but it also gave off an unruly and unyielding aura. In just an instant, many people in the city knew who had arrived. In the military camp in the city, the armor of the generals on the wooden tower vibrated again. The corner of the mouth of the general who had said that he must kill Ding Ning was twitching uncontrollably. Even Bai Shanshui had come to see the spectacle. Who knew how many grandmasters would come? Previously, it was a joke to say that they would pile Ding Ning to death. Chapter 774. Bai Shanshui had arrived. Her figure appeared on the river. As she sang, white waves surged on the river surface. At a glance, it seemed to reach the horizon. She stood on a white river dolphin that was 10 feet long. It was also a strange creature that she had tamed in some unknown body of water. She had not come alone. Standing beside her was Li Yunrui. There was no place for Li Yunrui in the Chu capital. Even in the former Chu palace, no one knew that Li Yunrui had once been the Chu emperor's most trusted death soldier. So standing next to Bai Shanshui, looking at the murderous Chu capital, Li Yunrui's gaze was filled with emotion. But more of it was shock. He and Bai Shanshui did not know that Ding Ning had come here. They had sensed the energy eruption in the distance, and had been alarmed by Zhao Sai's sword. They had rushed here as fast as they could. Arriving here, they found that Ding Ning was challenging a city alone. He and Bai Shanshui could not match such spirit. Zhao Sai was very far away. She could not hear Bai Shanshui's singing, but the energy vibrations of the entire river let her know of Bai Shanshui's arrival. She turned to look in the direction of the Chu capital, and a warm smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Even though the Qi emperor had ordered the grandmasters of the Qi dynasty to not pursue Bai Shanshui before he abdicated, his prestige was limited. For the cultivators of the Qi dynasty, the 12 shamans were too important. So up until now, Bai Shanshui and Li Yunrui were still being pursued by the cultivators of the Qi dynasty. But Bai Shanshui had still come. Bai Shanshui had come because she did not know what had happened and was worried about her safety. In this world, it was enough to have such a soulmate who could go through life and death together. Zhao Sai Mr. Zhao Miao paused slightly. She smiled warmly and slowly looked up into the sky. Ding Ning could see that she had thoughts of retiring. She would retire from the Jianghu for a long time, and not interfere in the conflicts of the world. But only she knew. She still had a battle destined by fate. Large rivers had upstream and downstream. Some went against the current, while others went down with the current. In the upper reaches of the Chu capital, there was an entrance to the river. The wide river was forcibly constrained into a gourd mouth by the mountain. The current here was rapid and there were several sharp bends. Unless one was an old boatman who was familiar with this beach, it would be very difficult to pass through safely. In the narrowest section of the riverbed, on one side of the riverbank, there was a pile of broken wood from ships. They were the size of houses, but their color was extremely dark due to being soaked in water. On one of the ebony pieces, an old man was quietly waiting. He was holding an oil paper umbrella, blocking the water vapor that was falling on him and also blocking out the sunlight. Downstream, regardless of whether it was the battle between Zhao Sai and Ding Ning or by Shanshui's arrival, there were energy vibrations in the river that cultivators could feel. However, when it came to him, it strangely regained its calm. There seemed to be a strange power on his body that suppressed all the aura changes downstream. A small boat suddenly broke through the waves, like a sharp sword cutting through the numerous dangerous coves, and quickly broke into his line of sight. The bottom of the boat touched the reefs in the water, but was unharmed and did not make any sound. Because there was a layer of glowing water flowing at the bottom of the boat, unrelated to the flow of the river. The old man holding the umbrella was not surprised at all. Because the people on the boat were the people he was waiting for. "I do not want you to pass." When his voice rang out, the small boat had already stopped, leaning against the shore not far in front of him. There were two people on the boat. A plainly dressed woman stood at the bow of the boat. A man wrapped in a thin blanket leaned against the cabin. The plainly dressed woman was Yi Sileng. The man was Bailey Sushue. The old man holding the umbrella was Shu Fu, who had left and returned. Not long ago, he had escorted Yuanwu back to Guangzhou. Yi Sileng did not respond. She just slightly adjusted the position of the bow, causing the small boat to be stuck in the cracks of some rocks. This action only meant one thing. If she fought, she may not be able to take care of this small boat. Regardless of overseas or after returning to Changling, you have improved greatly, but you are still not a match for me. Shu Fu raised the umbrella slightly, glanced at Yi Sileng and said. Then his gaze landed on Bailey Sushue. "Other than you, in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, I only fear Yang Tai Guanjian." Bailey Sushue looked coldly at him and did not argue. He nodded naturally and said, "Yang Tai Guanjian's quick sword was targeted at you. You ate the poison dragon pill in the early years overseas, and are immune to poisons. Gang Ren and the others cannot do anything to you." Shu Fu nodded. Then he raised the umbrella and looked at the forest above. He said calmly, "Come out." The voice echoed in the forest as though a wind was blowing. But no one responded and no one came out. "Ji Qingqing, the Lady of Chen, has been protecting you because you spoke for her. But she is not as good as Yi Sileng, and cannot stop me." Shu Fu didn't think much of it. He looked at the mountain forest and said, "That's right." Bailey Sushue looked at him and suddenly laughed. "And then?" Shu Fu said slowly and seriously, "In reality, I do not want to kill you." Bailey Sushue did not respond and waited for him to continue. "I just do not want you to interfere in the matters between him and the Holy One." Shu Fu said even more slowly, "At least, we are old friends. I do not want to kill you with my own hands. You should know, in all of Changling, only I can stop you and kill you. If we are not on the same page, I see that you are struggling to speak." Bailey Sushue shook his head and put away his smile. He said, "You had a fortuitous encounter overseas before we became famous, and your constitution is very different from us ordinary cultivators. For a long time, you were the strongest in Changling. You are strong, but you say that only you can stop us and kill us. Do not speak too confidently. If you speak too confidently, I do not believe you." Bailey Sushue's voice grew colder. "Since you say you can kill us, then come and kill us." Shu Fu sighed. He was not faking it, he was truly sighing. As he sighed, a figure suddenly appeared in the shadows behind him and flew towards the forest above. That figure's aura was very strong. Clearly, he was also a Realm 7. But the way he appeared was extremely strange, like he came out of the air. This figure had a colorful face, but his eyes were pale and empty. Most importantly, the aura emanating from this man's body was identical to Shu Fu's. Or more accurately, Shu Fu's life bond energy seemed to pour into this person's body like it was pouring into a seal weapon. Chapter 775. Without a doubt, this was a strange method. That figure did not look like a living person, and felt like a puppet controlled by Shu Fu. However, the aura of this puppet was much stronger than the average Realm 7 Grandmaster. Some of the Grandmasters of the Qi dynasty had methods of controlling corpses. But even Yang Ying's disciple Qian Mu, when he used this method, he only used the energies left in the bodies of the Grandmasters. It was equivalent to using his own life bond energy and the energies of the Grandmasters that had not dissipated to create something like a seal weapon. Qian Mu's method was the best in the Qi dynasty, but he could not make the controlled corpse as strong as when he was alive. Shu Fu's methods were practically unheard of in the world of cultivators. The unknown easily caused people to feel terror. Yet looking at that strange figure, Yi Xileng, who had not spoken all this time, said with slight disdain, "It is a pity that the Qi Emperor does not know of your inheritance. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make such a deal with Zheng Xiu." Her words had deeper meaning. Regardless of whether it was when he led the army to defeat the Han, Zhao, and Wei on the Basin Kendo ground, or when Yuanwu ascended the throne, Shu Fu was undoubtedly the most mysterious of all the nobles and grandmasters of Changling. He had cultivated in 2 cultivation places in Changling. Everyone knew that he was a grandmaster, and many people even felt that he was the strongest of all the grandmasters of Changling back then. The person who made such a judgment was undoubtedly a grandmaster who had a chance to fight with him. But he had almost never fought in Changling. Or rather, those who had fought with him were all dead. Especially after he had been overseas for many years, and managed the overseas voyages of the Qin dynasty, and searched for immortal medicines for the Yuanwu Emperor. This caused people to not know his true strength. But Yi Xileng had also cultivated overseas for a long time. She had had some interactions with Shu Fu, and even occasionally saw the seas that the Qin dynasty's armored fleets had cleared. She had seen the remains of some unusually powerful sea beasts after they were killed. In those places that could be called sea battlefields, she had sensed some unusually powerful presences that were different from the cultivators of Changling. She even suspected that Shu Fu was also a cultivator who cultivated the yin and ghost techniques, but his aura was completely different from the aura of all the cultivators of the various sects in Great Qi, which made her unable to make a definite judgment. Until today, when she saw Shu Fu fight with his full strength with her own eyes, she finally understood who Shu Fu's true master was. She finally understood why Zheng Xiu was able to gather all the 12 shaman god heads, and even had the array pivot that could control the array within. The technique that Shu Fu used at this moment was the Tiger Roar technique that was clearly recorded in some of the books in the Basin Kendo ground. This was a secret technique that originated from the sorcerer ancestor of the Great Qi dynasty. After the death of the shaman ancestor, his disciples were torn apart. Some of them stole the heads of the 12 shamans and escaped. The Tiger Roar technique belonged to one of the witch ancestor's direct disciples among the defectors. That witch ancestor's disciple was torn apart, and the 12 shaman god heads disappeared. As a result, the truly powerful methods of the witch ancestor were lost in the Great Qi dynasty. Yet no one would have thought that a bureau chief of the Qin dynasty was of the voodoo progenitors branch, and had truly inherited some of the voodoo progenitors' secret arts. His method was naturally above all the Qi sects. Shu Fu heard Yi Xileng's words clearly. But so what? There were many things in the world where there was a cause and effect. It was impossible to create something out of nothing. It was all part of a chain. Also, many things in the world, the so-called fate of the heavens, were always in the hands of the strongest people of this era. He did not lie. He was not a person who liked to kill, and never felt that killing could solve problems. Especially if he killed Bailey Sushue, then all of the living people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect would madly seek revenge. The people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect were the most talented. These people were usually like quiet serpents resting in the deep waters. But when they were angry and wild, their potential would be squeezed to the limit, and they would become even more terrifying existences. Bai Shanshui and Zhao Sai were examples. If the Wei and Zhao had not died, even if Bai Shanshui and Zhao Sai had astounding accomplishments, they would not be so strong at this age. He did not want to kill Bailey Sushue. But what other choice did he have? If Bailey Sushue and Ding Ning encountered each other, and Bailey Sushue was healed from his wounds, and survived, it would not be as simple as the two of them working together. Who knew if the two of them would be able to increase each other's cultivation by leaps and bounds? He was even certain that if these two people met, the time it would take for them to reach Realm 8 would be greatly shortened. If these two people reached Realm 8, then when they entered Changling, no one would be able to stop them from working together. So Bailey Sushue had to die here. Right now, Bailey Sushue was seriously wounded and could not fight. It was not easy for him to hang on to his life. A female master of the Chen country, and Yi Xileng he was familiar with, in his view, could not change anything. His white eyebrows rose slightly. There was a soft sound. Another figure flew out of the air covered by the shadow behind him. This was another tiger helper. His body looked no different from a normal person, but his skin and flesh were colorful from inside to outside due to the use of medicine and life bond energy. As their vital energy flowed, they gave off a sound like a tiger's roar. This was the origin of the name Tiger Helper. This Tiger Helper was like his life bond item. Most importantly, other cultivators only had one life bond item, but he had more than one Tiger Helper. Also, this tiger/art was passed down to his generation, and he merged it with the medicine slave methods of Jiaodong Commandery. It was even stronger than the tiger/art of the voodoo ancestor back then. If Wang Jingmeng was the recognized head of the sword in the world, then in the past, when he and Zheng Xiu secretly made a deal, his power was enough for him to be above all the cultivators of the Qi, and become the head of the cultivators who cultivated yin and ghost energies. When the second tiger helper flew out according to his thoughts, and landed on Yi Xileng on the stone beach in front of him, the first tiger helper had already landed in the dense forest above. When the presence of the tiger helper swept through the forest, all the grass and trees withered, and all the leaves turned yellow. Countless yellow leaves scattered in the sky like snow. Yi Xileng frowned slightly. Her gaze did not land on the second tiger helper, but rather on the person behind Shu Fu. The shadow behind Shu Fu twisted again as though another person was going to come out. Chapter 776. There were two kinds of most terrifying cultivators in the world. One was like Wang Jingmeng, who could defeat all moves, grew stronger as they fought, and had new comprehension after each battle. Even if you saw his previous battles, when you met him again, he would have stronger sword moves. The other type was like Shu Fu. You only knew that he was extremely powerful, but you didn't know anything about his cultivation technique or his means of dealing with enemies. The tiger raw art was originally a method cultivators used to control skin puppets. When it was refined into a life bond item, it could control at most 2 tiger helpers. These tiger helpers were like flying swords, moving according to the controller's thoughts. Also, there was a void in their bodies. Vital energy and primal energies of the universe could move freely. Adding on that the controller could use the tiger raw art to retain a part of the skin puppet's consciousness, the power they could release was terrifying. But the tiger raw art that Shu Fu was using was clearly not so simple. As Yi Xileng looked, a third tiger helper came out of the shadows behind Shu Fu. This tiger helper was taller than the previous two, and his facial features were very clear. He was a dignified middle-aged man, but the multicolored color on his face was more intense, as if he was wearing a tiger skin mask painted with color. After this tiger helper appeared, he did not leave Shu Fu's side. He just stood silently at the side, his emotionless eyes staring at Yi Xileng and Shu Fu. In the forest above, countless yellow leaves were dancing. An azure-robed woman with a veil over her face stood vigilantly. Her body radiated with a sharp sword intent. All the yellow leaves that flew near her were pulverized. However, the yellow leaves in the surroundings continued to approach her. The aura of the tiger helper who rushed into the forest was very strange. In her perception, it was faintly discernible, constantly appearing all around her. Yi Xileng frowned even more. The woman in the forest above could still sense the presence of the first tiger helper, but because she was slightly far away, she had completely lost her perception of the first tiger helper. At this time, the 5 colors on the face of the second tiger helper charging towards her and Bailey Sushue suddenly disappeared, becoming pale and transparent like some kind of glass. Kai. A cracking sound was heard. This tiger helper's speed suddenly increased multiple times. He raised his right arm in a very simple posture, his fingers together as a sword, and stabbed towards Yi Xileng's chest. A terrifying presence appeared in the world. A layer of glowing sword light appeared on his fingers, and where the sword light passed, there were astounding waves of energy. Yi Xileng's eyes narrowed deeply. She was on the shoal, and beside her was the rushing river water. A wave splashed on a piece of beach rock. However, unlike usual, this white wave did not dissipate. Instead, it flew up and turned into a small white sword. When the small white sword flew up, the rapid flow of the river suddenly slowed down. The deafening sound of the water also disappeared in an instant, and the turbulent flow became gentle. A violent power was generated from the small sword. The flow of the entire river seemed to have been drawn into this sword in an instant. This tiger helper was very strong, and his vital energy far surpassed ordinary Realm 7 cultivators. He had an indescribable feeling. If ordinary Realm 7 vital energy was described as hard rock, then this tiger helper's vital energy was steel. There was a unique difference. But Yi Xileng still did not think that the other could stop his attack. During the time she lived with Bai Shanshui in Changling, she had grown into a true giant in the cultivation world. The small white sword flew in front of her and Bailey Sushue, and pointed at the tiger helper's forehead. But at this time, she sensed something strange. An unusual light suddenly appeared in the eyes of this tiger helper. This tiger helper's eyes had been open all this time, but because they had not changed, and there was no life in his eyes, he was not much different from a dead thing with his eyes closed. At this moment, when this strange light flashed, the first thing she felt was that this tiger helper had suddenly opened his eyes and come to life. There was a soft snap. This small white sword was caught between the tiger helper's index and middle finger. An unimaginable force vibrated in the air and hit Yi Xileng's body. The reef under her feet that had been washed for many years and only had the hardest core left suddenly cracked into countless pieces. There was a roar inside Yi Xileng's body like enormous waves were rolling through her body. Countless incomprehensible emotions appeared in her eyes. Countless meridians in her body were cracked by the impact, and the chaotic Zhen Yuan pierced into the depths of her body through these cracks like knives. The small white sword disappeared between the fingers of the tiger helper, and turned back into a powerless wave. The strange light in the eyes of the tiger helper flashed and disappeared as though it had never appeared. But that strange feeling of her power increasing greatly and coming to life was more real than the pain in her body. It spread in Yi Xileng's mind. The tiger helper's gaze turned wooden. The sword essence in his hand was dissipating, but he did not take a step back. His entire body's energy was not disorderly, so powerful that it made people feel cold. The indigo-robed woman in the forest sensed all of this. She was also in great shock. She could not believe that Yi Xileng had been wounded by such a tiger helper in one move. But she was sure she could not wait any longer. She attacked with her sword. A light sword essence appeared among the countless yellow leaves around her. The world around her suddenly shook. Those fluttering yellow leaves suddenly broke free from the wild wind and the tiger helper's pull, suddenly turning into dozens of ropes, extremely accurately capturing the tiger helper that was faintly discernible in her perception. The dozens of soft yellow ropes fell on the tiger helper's body. Her power could not surpass Yi Xileng's sword just now, so she did not want to completely defeat her opponent with this blow. She just wanted to use softness to defeat strength and trap this tiger helper for a moment. But at this time, she had the same feeling as Yi Xileng just now. An unusual light appeared in the eyes of the tiger helper bound by the dozens of soft yellow ropes. He raised a hand and grabbed at the air, as though he did not care about the shrinking yellow ropes. There was a loud bang. The yellow rope around his body was directly broken into countless pieces. At the same time, A terrifying wave of energy charged behind the indigo-robed woman. There was another loud bang. The indigo-robed woman was smashed from the forest to the river below by the enormous power. The river water splashed and did not stop. The indigo-robed woman was wrapped in energy and created a deep hole in the riverbed below. Bailey Sushue did not react. He had been watching intently all this time. Only now did a light appear in his eyes. He looked at Shu Fu in the distance and said, "So the tiger roar art is like this." Chapter 777. Shu Fu did not take any further action. He stopped. The two tiger helpers also stopped and landed on the rocks on the shoal. The river that had been smashed closed again with a loud bang. That green-robed woman who had been smashed into the riverbed had already rushed out before the river closed. She stepped on a piece of driftwood in the river, moving up and down with the waves. Her chest rose and fell violently. She had some stains on her body and looked slightly disheveled. However, her presence was calmer than Yi Xileng, and she did not seem to have been injured much. Shu Fu only glanced at her indifferently. Before he spoke, Yi Xileng's voice sounded. "I also understand. Is that so?" Shu Fu did not have any extra expression on his face. Yi Xileng spat out a mouthful of blood. This action that did not have any femininity added to her bravery. 4 powerful cultivators, if any plan failed, especially if they were injured, it would cause a blow to their confidence. Yet after spitting out a mouthful of blood, she completely calmed down. Possession art, substitution art, or skin bag art. She casually wiped the corner of her mouth and looked at Shu Fu. "Which one do you prefer?" "You are correct, but this is not a play." Shu Fu smiled faintly. "Also, the tiger roar art is not so simple." The green-robed masked woman looked at his confident and calm smile. She sensed the powerful presence he continuously gave off and her expression grew more serious. When Yi Xileng said those names, she had already reacted. Possession art, substitution art, skin bag art, these methods originated from the earliest cultivators who cultivated the voodoo arts. They would use their magic to turn some poisonous insects and other creatures that did not have much willpower into living creatures that were as white as a piece of paper. Then, they would try to use their own life energies to change these living creatures, turning them into GU insects that could be controlled at will. Supposedly, some of the strongest voodoo masters could even refine some voodoo insects into another body. Not only would the voodoo channels inside be modified by life bond energy to be the same as the channels in their bodies, even the brains of these voodoo insects would become extremely similar to the cultivator's brain. In some records, when cultivators closed their eyes and meditated, they could even form a strange connection with these voodoo insects. It was like their thoughts would be completely placed on those voodoo insects. Those voodoo insects were like another body. For some low-level cultivators who did not understand, they simply and crudely said that their souls could leave their bodies and then place their minds on the voodoo insects they refined. In the past, these methods were limited to these low-level poisonous insects. But Shu Fu's tiger roar art broke through this limitation, and turned other cultivators' bodies into his voodoo insects. Just like how a person's mind could not be divided, Shu Fu's mind could only switch between the bodies of these 3 voodoo servants. So these voodoos attack. This was a natural weakness. But thinking of the battle just now, the veiled woman still had lingering fear. This was not a play. She could think of a weakness, but she might not be able to attack this weakness. Shu Fu did not need to meditate to shift his mind. His mind seemed to be able to switch between the bodies of these 3 voodoo servants without stopping. When his mind was attached to a tiger helper, that tiger helper would become himself. So in this moment, he could attack Yi Xileng, and in the next moment, he was fighting her. She could imagine that if someone could get close to Shu Fu, his mind would immediately return to the voodoo servant next to him. Then this voodoo servant would become the strongest attendant. It was as if he was controlling 3 bodies, just like the legendary 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if he severely injured or even killed one of the tiger helpers, it was equivalent to him losing only one of his clones. She finally understood where Shu Fu's confidence came from. "No wonder you have not reached Realm 8. Bailey Sushue's voice sounded. Shu Fu's eyebrows rose slightly. He was slightly proud. Especially when an opponent like Bailey Sushue praised him. But he suddenly found he might have misunderstood because Bailey Sushue said simply, "Waste of time." "What do you mean?" Shu Fu frowned. This was a very strange feeling. This was related to cultivation. He had to understand what Bailey Sushue meant by these words. "You should envy Wang Jingmeng, or Ding Ning right now." Bailey Sushue smiled slightly and then said after a pause, "By now, many cultivators who have thought things through should know that the most precious thing about the 9-death silkworm is not its ability to come back to life, but the endless possibilities after coming back to life. What many cultivators want the most is not powerful cultivation records, or spirit medicines that other people cannot get, but to be able to return to the past and correct their mistakes in cultivation. As one's cultivation grows, and as one grows older, the mistakes they made in cultivation before will appear. Many people know that if they do not use a certain cultivation method in Realm 3 or 4, or if they build a better foundation at a certain stage, their future achievements will be completely different. These voodoo servants do not just have the same life bond energy as you, even their vital energy and the primal energies of the universe are the same." Bailey Sushue's smile faded, but a scornful expression appeared on his face. He looked at Yi Xileng with scorn just like Shu Fu did before. He looked scornfully at Shu Fu and said, "So you should have turned these voodoo servants into puppets under your control when their cultivation was still low. Then you used your mind to control their bodies. It was like starting from scratch. You used their bodies to correct the mistakes you made in the past at every stage of your cultivation. So these 3 voodoo servants, in terms of body, vital energy and everything else, are much stronger than you." The indigo-robed woman heard these words and paled under her veil. Looking at Shu Fu's expression, she felt that Bailey Sushue was speaking the truth. If this was the truth, then other cultivators cultivated their entire lives, but Shu Fu seemed to have cultivated for 4 lifetimes. To have the chance to change the mistakes you made in your cultivation is success. Shu Fu did not deny it and nodded. He looked at the 3 voodoo servants and said in a cold voice, "These 3 voodoo servants are each stronger than the last. In my cultivation process, as I correct my mistakes, I have constantly comprehended. Why do you say I am wasting time? You have not reached the front, why look back? You have spent so much time, but you have not reached Realm 8. Bailey Sushue looked at him and said coldly, "Even more importantly, there is one thing that cannot be changed about your method. You cannot completely abandon your body and occupy a new one. Otherwise, you will not cultivate one body after another, but change bodies to cultivate." The indigo-robed woman's body shook slightly. Hearing this, Yi Xileng could not help but laugh. She laughed impudently. Shu Fu lowered his head. Chapter 778. It does seem very sorrowful. After a long pause, he said to Bailey Sushue, "Constantly cultivating, and seemingly cultivating for others. The stronger these tiger helpers are, the more they feel their bodies are aging." Yi Xileng narrowed his eyes slightly. She did not understand what Shu Fu meant by this. "If these tiger helpers are in their prime, then I am old and will die before them." Shu Fu looked up at her and said, "But you should know that there is a type of person among the cultivators who are forsaken by the heavens." Bailey Sushue stilled slightly. Yi Xileng and the veiled woman were also stunned. Shu Fu shook his head with slight disdain. Some people are born with problems with their meridians, and cannot cultivate the methods of almost all sects. These people are like abandoned children abandoned by the cultivation world. Pity, I am such a forsaken by the heavens. If this is the case, then it is not easy. The disdain on Yi Xileng's face disappeared. At least, in the records of all cultivators, there has never been a forsaken by the heavens who were born with incomplete meridians who could cultivate to Grandmaster. Shu Fu could tell that this was a genuine compliment. He nodded slightly to express his gratitude, then continued with a bland tone, "Ever since I was little, I have always been an excellent learner, and I have a photographic memory. As for some profound theories that are difficult to understand, I can understand them with just a little bit. Yet when I had the chance to come into contact with cultivation, I was born with many blocked meridians. Even in cultivation, I could not have great achievements. For any cultivation sect, with my talent, at the very least, I wouldn't have received any resources from the sect. But fortunately, the late emperor took pity on me. First, because of my dedication as an official, he rewarded me with some spirit medicine. Later, by chance, he gave me a cultivation method. After I entered the 5 realms, I came into contact with this tiger/art and received some of the witch ancestors' inheritance. With my talent, being able to cultivate to the 7th realm can already be described as a miracle. The 8th realm is limited by the body and is absolutely impossible. Therefore, this tiger strike art is not a waste of time for me. What you said to me will not affect my current state of mind and fighting spirit. His gaze turned to Bailey Sushue and he said slowly and gravely, the previous emperor was very kind to me. Regardless of the displeasure between him and the Yuanwu emperor, regardless of how dissatisfied he was with his son's actions, when he died, he begged me to assist Yuanwu. Since I've promised, I'll do it. I presume you should be able to understand why I didn't want to kill you but had to do so. Because this isn't a matter of personal preference, but a matter of kindness. Bailey Sushue met his gaze and seriously responded, but you really cannot kill me. If it is just to repay a debt, I advise you not to waste your energy. You're very confident. It's not baseless. Shu Fu looked calmly at Bailey Sushue and said, but I am even more curious why I cannot kill you in this situation. So I want to try even more. Bailey Sushue nodded and said, then please. These people present had once been the most important people in Changling, and had at least some respect between them. But this was an assassination, and not a one-on-one duel. So when Bailey Sushue's voice sounded, a light appeared in the air in front of him. This light came from the eyes of the first tiger helper. A long and narrow light lit up in this helper's eyes. While it had happened once before, because he knew what Shu Fu's tiger strike art was, the moment this light appeared, in his and Yi Xileng's perception, this tiger helper became Shu Fu. A cultivator abandoning his own body and using another to fight. What kind of experience was this? Yi Xileng was also very curious. However, she didn't hesitate in the slightest. The instant this tiger helper's illusory eyes flashed with light, she already took the initiative to take action. She was seriously wounded. So she only prepared to attack once. Countless amounts of primordial qi rushed out of her body. Because the speed was so fast, in the perception of everyone present, she seemed to have turned into an enormous hedgehog. The needle-like vital energy rapidly pierced into the world around her body. The flow of the river suddenly stopped, and all the waves stilled. But on the surface of the water, thousands of water droplets splashed up. These water droplets started to vibrate furiously, but they were just marks. More energy from the distant swamp was instantly drawn over. Even in the soil of the forest, in the withered trees, there were sparkling water droplets flying out. A heavy rain began to pour down. As the raindrops fell, they began to carry extremely sharp sword essences. Every line of rain turned into a thin sword. Countless thin swords attacked the bodies of the 3 helpers and Shu Fu at the same time. No matter how fast one's thoughts changed, there would be minuscule gaps. These indiscriminate thin swords could not be stronger than her sword essence. But no matter which body Shu Fu's soul was in, he had to protect the other 3 bodies, unless he was willing to die to kill Bailey Sushue. With light flashing in his eyes, the mottled colors on Hu Pao's face disappeared, and his body became transparent like glass. He used an unusually stable and fast posture to form a fist, and then threw a simple punch towards the sky above. A terrifying fist essence exploded in the perception of Yi Xileng and the others. When this unimaginable fist intent blasted upwards, the body of this tiger helper instantly shriveled up. In an instant, the lackey forced out all the true essence in his body. Through his right arm, he blasted it out in a simple and violent manner. There was a loud rumble. Hundreds of thunderclaps seemed to explode in the sky. Any fixed primordial qi rules would be shattered. All the raindrops were shattered by this terrifying fist intent, turning into white powder, like whitish scraped off the wall. Using power to break. Shu Fu's attack surpassed the power of ordinary Realm 7s, and made people feel cold. At the same time, the eyes of the second helper who had landed on the shoal from the forest lit up. Shu Fu's consciousness immediately took over this helper's body. Shu Fu could easily unleash such a terrifying power again. Even if he had to sacrifice the power of one helper in exchange for Yi Xileng not being able to act, it was worth it for Shu Fu. However, it was also at this moment that the veiled woman in green clothes felt hope. A shrill howl burst out from between her lips and teeth. Chem. Shu Fu suddenly felt something was wrong. This voice was young, and did not give him the impression that it was Ji Qingqing's age. Chapter 779. What accompanied the sharp howl was an unusually light sword intent. A hint of green appeared in Shu Fu's eyes. This was a faint green sword light. It was very thin, but in Shu Fu's perception, it was like an enormous forest. In his perception, this forest seemed to be growing denser and denser until it covered the world and cut off his connection with the helper. Without any hesitation, countless wind and thunder rang out from the body of the tiger helper he controlled. There was no change. This tiger helper was the same as the previous tiger helper. He threw out a simple and overbearing punch. The fist was the most primitive way humans fought. It was not as skillful as the sword, but more direct, and easier to send out the accumulated power in an instant. In a battle like this, Shu Fu felt that using power to break through was the best method, so he did not need skill. The power of the second tiger helper was even greater than that of the first. When he punched, the light in front of him seemed to be extinguished. It was darkness. However, in the darkness, countless silver stars flashed. It was as if countless tiny stars had been brought out, and each of them had the power of a real meteor. This kind of power could destroy a real mountain, much less a forest. Boom! The forest disappeared in an instant. The scattered primordial chi seemed to have been set ablaze by the fist intent. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of the mouth of the masked woman in indigo robes. The scattered vital energy tore the veil on her face into tiny blood threads that floated forward. Even the best of Changling could not stop a punch like this. He should feel pride and joy, but what appeared in Shu Fu's mind was a strong sense of wariness and terror. The eyes of the third helper standing next to him suddenly lit up. The power of the third tiger helper was even stronger than the first two. The moment a strange light flashed in his eyes, the colorful luster on his skin seemed to turn into a rainbow and floated out. Stimulated by his true essence fluctuations, countless small whirlpools suddenly appeared in the air around the third tiger helper. But in terms of vital energy, of all the realm's 7 grandmasters in the world, there was likely no one whose vital energy was as strong as this helper. Other than vital energy, his body's reaction surpassed the limits of what ordinary people could understand. His right arm rose at an unimaginable speed and was about to grab at the air. But he was not aiming at Bailey Sushue and the others, but where the first helper was. At this moment, a green light appeared at the throat of the first tiger helper. This was a sword light that gave people the feeling that it came from the body of this helper. But in reality, when people saw it, this green sword light had cut through the back of the helper's neck and appeared at his throat. With a boom, Shu Fu and the third helper's bodies shook at the same time. Shu Fu's gaze dimmed. His body bent slightly, a layer of blood mist coming out of his skin. Many wrinkles suddenly appeared on his face, deep as though they had been carved by a blade. The head of the first helper flew high into the air and became a black dot in the sky. Bailey Sushue looked up at the black dot in the sky. A strange expression appeared on his cold face as he said, "Wonderful." Everyone present understood the meaning of these 2 words. His 2 words were full of praise for the green-robed woman's ability to break the spell. Shu Fu coughed softly. With each cough, a layer of blood mist came out of his skin. His gaze landed on the indigo-robed woman's face. This indigo-robed woman's face was beautiful without any scars. Pan Ruoy, I had not expected it to be you. He shook his head and added, I had not expected you to be so strong. This indigo-robed woman was not Ji Qingqing, but Pan Ruoy. At this time, Pan Ruoy could not respond because she was coughing blood and could not speak. What is this? Shu Fu raised his head with some difficulty, looked at Bailey Sushue, and then asked seriously. These helpers were equivalent to his avatars, but at the same time, they were his lifebond items. The strength of the tiger/art was that even if these helpers were killed, they would not cause great damage to the cultivator's energy sea like other cultivators when their lifebond items were destroyed. But when Pan Ruoi's attack killed the helper, she had caught that unusual tremor in the world, and the connection between him and this helper. If the power of this sword was 10%, then killing this tiger helper actually only used 10% of the power. The remaining 90% was traced back to the source, as if it had directly slashed at his life yuan qi. Using the moment of killing the tiger helper to find Shu Fu's invisible energy path in the world, this was a huge gamble. What made Bailey Sushue sigh at Pan Ruoi's brilliance was that Pan Ruoi's sword gave everyone a false perception. Not just Shu Fu himself. In that moment, in everyone's perception, Pan Ruoi's sword essence was falling towards Shu Fu's body. She gave people the feeling that she wanted to cut off Shu Fu's head. This misconception caused Shu Fu to instantly control the tiger helper beside the third person to take a defensive stance. When he found something wrong, he was a step too late. But no matter how exquisite Pan Ruoi's sword essence was, the two were still very different in terms of pure power. His fist essence was still enough to kill Pan Ruoi. So the result should be that Pan Ruoi killed his accomplice and was killed by him with one punch. But Pan Ruoi was still alive. Because when his fist essence destroyed the forest and charged towards Pan Ruoi's body, there was a vast and even dignified power coming from Bailey Sushue behind Pan Ruoi. This power formed an invisible barrier that blocked most of his power. Bailey Sushue's wounds were not feigned. Otherwise, if Bailey Sushue could attack, he would have been killed by Bailey Sushue's attack in just now. So this should only be one of Bailey Sushue's things. However, what was it? How could it be so powerful that it could block his attack? At least, in his knowledge, there was no seal weapon in the world that had such power. Minute Mountain Sword Sect definitely did not have such a thing. Or rather, this thing was not on Bailey Sushue's body when he charged into the Imperial Palace. Otherwise, Zheng Xiu would have died. Chapter 780. Bailey Sushue was as cold as ice. He did not answer Shu Fu's question, and just glanced coldly at him. Everyone present saw the meaning of his glance. This meant that he would not tell Shu Fu the answer. If Shu Fu really wanted to know, then he could try again. There were only two possibilities for the results of the test. If the thing on Bailey Sushue's body could no longer release such power, Shu Fu could kill Bailey Sushue and the others. But if that thing only had the power to stop Shu Fu's full power attack once, the seriously injured Shu Fu would be killed instead. Bailey Sushue threw out this question to see if Shu Fu dared to take the gamble. Shu Fu grew silent. The seriously injured Yi Xileng, the seriously injured Pan Ruoi, and Bailey Sushue who he was staring at. The lives of these three were a great temptation to him. But did he have the right to make such a gamble? A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of his mouth and rippled. The starting point of the two sides was not fair. If Bailey Sushue and the others died, Ding Ning still had Lin Zhujiu, Zhongsun Qianxue, Tantai Guanjian, the people of the Jiao Sword Furnace, Bai Shanshui, and many great grandmasters on his side. But if he died, who else would Yuan Wu have? In this life, he had spent many times more time on cultivation than other people. As a talent forsaken by the heavens, he had the power to fight against the top experts of the world. If he was going to die, he would die in a situation he could completely control, in a more valuable battle. There are too many unexpected things. After many breaths, he slowly looked up and said softly in a light tone, "You win this time." Bailey Sushue looked calmly at him and said, "You lost this time, you may not be able to win against me in the future." Shu Fu had decided to leave. For Bailey Sushue, this was the best result. His words, in the ears of other people, were provoking Shu Fu. This seemed stupid. You don't have to think about destroying my state of mind and planting the seeds of failure in my heart. Shu Fu stared at Bailey Sushue's cold and provocative gaze, and shook his head indifferently. Just like just now, you saw through the tiger raw art but still could not destroy my mental state. You should be able to imagine, for a forsaken person like me to reach my present cultivation and power, what kind of determined mind is needed. You should also understand that this world has infinite possibilities. It is not just the world of geniuses like you and Wang Jingmeng. Until the very end, who will be able to decide the true victor? There are some things that have nothing to do with talent or cultivation. If you want to repay a debt of gratitude, it will determine what you have to do. It's not just about someone's victory or defeat. Looking at Xu Fu, who had turned around, Bailey Sushua said coolly, "A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. You should know this simple truth better than me." Xu Fu didn't say anything in response. He and the tiger helper quickly disappeared into the mountain forest above. Countless yellow leaves fluttered again, cutting off all traces of his aura. What is that? When the world completely calmed down, Pan Ruoy struggled to walk next to Bailey Sushua and Yi Xileng, and asked softly. Only she sensed it the most clearly. That power with a holy presence was extremely gentle, extremely strong but not violent, just a kind of compassionate protection. While it was the same question as Xu Fu, Bailey Sushua quickly gave an answer. It is the nine-eyed heavenly pearl, the protective talisman of the Wuji Empress Dowager. His tone was emotional and filled with respect. Yi Xileng and Pan Ruoy exchanged a look, the same feeling rising in their eyes. They did not know what had happened in Wuji, and did not know that one of the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty had died. But they knew that the old woman who truly held power in Wuji was very old, and she was not a top cultivator to begin with. Yet such a powerful protective talisman still left the old woman, crossed mountains and rivers, and came to Bailey Sushua's hands. What kind of intelligence and courage was this? Also, she could not have predicted that Bailey Sushua would be assassinated by someone like Xu Fu. From a certain point of view, she needed something like this to protect herself more than Bailey Sushua. Yi Xileng and Pan Ruoy were silent, but their gazes still landed on Bailey Sushua. What they wanted to know now was if the nine-eyed heavenly pearl just now had the power to stop Xu Fu's attack. The energy of the nine-eyed heavenly pearl does not come from our world, but from the stars in the sky. Bailey Sushua looked calmly at the two of them and said, "Only when the star that resonates with the nine-eyed heavenly pearl moves to a certain position in a year can the nine-eyed heavenly pearl naturally absorb the great energy from that star." Yi Xileng laughed. For a cultivator of her level, Bailey Sushua's words could not have been clearer. The nine-eyed heavenly pearl could only be used once a year. When the energy stored inside was completely activated, it could only wait for a certain time in a year to absorb the star's energy again. Therefore, if Xu Fu insisted on trying, they would really die here. Yet they still won. The more victory like this, the happier she felt. Wuji's revenge will not be limited to this. At this time, Bailey Sushua suddenly said. Yi Xileng and Pan Ruoy stilled slightly and did not understand. Wuji has been vengeful since ancient times, especially after she took office. It reached the extreme. This time, Zheng Xiu attacked Wuji, and so many Wuji people died. How can she not take revenge? Bailey Sushua looked at the two of them and said, "Allying with the Basin Kendo ground and bringing the nine-eyed heavenly pearl to me, for her, I fear this is just a small part of her revenge." Yi Xileng and Pan Ruoy frowned deeply at this moment. They could not imagine the revenge that involved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. As to bringing the nine-eyed heavenly pearl here, she has another reason. Bailey Sushua looked in the direction of the Chu capital and said, "She hopes that Ding Ning and I can work together to comprehend the unique connection between the nine-eyed heavenly pearl and the star's energy." Zheng Xiu's power comes from her comprehension and use of star energy. While I do not know where her other revenge is, just this point is vicious enough. Yi Xileng shook his head and could not help but say. Zheng Xiu was almost the only cultivator in the world who used star energy to fight. If her strongest move was destroyed at the foundation, then what did she have left? Also, Bailey Sushua and Ding Ning, Yi Xileng thought of that person in the past, and his eyes blurred. Bailey Sushua and the past Wang Jingmeng had never worked together. She felt that nothing was impossible if the two worked together. Chapter 781. On the gate tower of the Chu capital, the sword light was still spinning. Ding Ning was still standing calmly in a corner of the tower. There were many fallen weapons on the walls and on the ground around the tower, and some corpses. His attacks were not intense, and he focused on breaking moves. He did not even use the Great Punishment Sword. But among the challengers, there were still loyalists to Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu. Some of the sword moves would destroy both jade and stone, and would decide life and death. As time passed, the mood of the people in the city began to change. Many of the swordsmen in Changling, including those who had come up to challenge, could only use a few sword moves to perfection. But today, Ding Ning had used many different sword moves from countless sects. Moreover, not only was every sword strike perfect, none of the cultivators present had ever seen someone who could use them more perfectly than him. There were many legends about Wang Jingmeng's story. Most of the people in the Chu capital had only heard of these things, but had never seen him fight. In the past, even the cultivators who had seen him fight with their own eyes only connected Wang Jingmeng's invincibility to his extraordinary talent. But today, everyone's views had changed. For example, the moves he used today, such as the wood-cutting sword and the mountain-splitting sword, were the same to anyone. Just like the names of the moves, there were no finesse. Among them, there were only the simplest actions of chopping and slicing. Only by practicing hard every day for a long time could one reach that natural state. So Wang Jingmeng's invincibility was because he had extraordinary talent, and worked harder than ordinary people. For the cultivators in the city, many of the sword styles were like a lesson. And this continuous battle made the legends even more real, and also made people see him more clearly. So the cultivators and soldiers in the city who had expressed their respect for Ding Ning grew more and more in awe. Many soldiers who had not expressed their attitudes before started to submit. On the other side, the cultivators and soldiers who were completely loyal to Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu, because they saw the deaths of their comrades, felt even more bloodthirst and hatred. Their attitudes grew more radical. The atmosphere between the two sides in the city became more and more unfriendly. So what if he's truly invincible? He's probably just someone who's fishing for fame. In this tense atmosphere, a Qin general's angry voice sounded from a street near this section of the city wall. They say that one person will face all the cultivators in the city. This kind of conduct has caused the army to be unable to participate. Especially now, if this continues, our city will be divided into two groups. At that time, countless people would die in battle, and the city would fall into chaos. It would be the perfect time for him to take over the city. He didn't want this to happen, but countless people still died for him. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they couldn't fight, everyone could see who was on his side. Could he take all these people and leave at once? If he couldn't, then how were these people supposed to behave? If I don't die for him today, I'm afraid I won't have a good ending in the future. Many other generals maintained their silence in the angry voice of this Qin general, but they felt the same way. But this kind of anger was not just directed at Ding Ning, but at the entire warden's office, the nobility of Changling, and especially Zheng Xiu. Some wars started for the will of those high above, but in the end, only the lowest-level soldiers died in large numbers. Especially in this war against the Chu, this anger reached a peak in the Qin troops who had participated in the pursuit of the remnants of consort Zhao Xiong's Chu army. Many generals publicly disobeyed military orders, and even caused many high-ranking officials in the warden's office to be replaced. If the conduct of the Basin Kendo ground was the same as Zheng Xiu's, then for these ordinary generals and soldiers, the Basin Kendo ground's revenge and change of power was meaningless. Today, 1% of the Qin people in the city would not be accommodated because they supported the Basin Kendo ground. In simple and crude terms, even if Ding Ning defeated all the disobedient cultivators in the city, he could not take over the city alone. There were not enough Basin Kendo ground troops around the Chu capital. Right now, for the Basin Kendo ground, the Chu capital was an isolated place surrounded by enemy armies. Then these Qin people would leave the army they were loyal to. After these Qin people left the Chu capital, how would they settle down? Without food and supplies, the fate of these scattered Qin people would be even worse than the remnants of the Chu army. In the view of these furious generals, Even if Ding Ning could rebuild his invincible reputation and awaken the memories and reverence of many people, if he could not settle these people down, he would not be able to receive the support of most of the Qin people in the future, and there would not be such a clear conflict between factions in the future. But some of the generals did not speak. They felt that with that person and Lin Zhuzhou's intelligence, they would not let such a thing happen, and would take care of this matter. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Another cultivator flew down, flying all the way from the city gates, and smashing into the moat, creating an enormous splash. Even more water droplets were torn apart by the violent Yuan Qi. As the battle continued, these water droplets were swept away by the chaotic Yuan Qi, colliding with each other. Even the surface of the distant river was covered in thick fog. Suddenly, several short gasps sounded on the city walls. On the surface of the river shrouded in fog, some enormous black shadows suddenly came out of the white fog. They were large ships that had appeared so abruptly that it was as if they had suddenly sailed over from another world. In the past, the Nether Float Fleet had appeared so abruptly in the river outside the Chu capital. Yet, that was because Zheng Xiu had made a deal with the Qi dynasty. The Nether Float ships had moved soundlessly underwater. So, they had appeared outside the Chu capital when the Chu army was unprepared. But where had these large ships come from? They had also caught the Qin army in the Chu capital off guard. Especially after the cries of surprise disappeared, when the bows of some large ships completely pierced through the thick fog and clearly appeared in their field of vision, the shock and confusion in their hearts could not be described with words. These were all merchant ships. These large merchant ships came from different businesses, but they had clearly been gathered together. Their goal was clear. What kind of person could have so many merchant ships under his command? Even more importantly, this person did things secretly. The arrival of so many merchant ships did not alarm the people in the Chu capital. The enormous merchant ships arrived one after another. This scene caused the entire city to quiet down. No one went up the city gates to challenge Ding Ning. Without needing a reminder, people started to leave the city and board the ships. When someone started, more and more people made a decision. People streamed out of the city and boarded the large ships near the shore. Many of the high-ranking generals in the city were silent. Their faces were as cold as steel, but their hands were uncontrollably trembling. They understood that this was a new beginning. Previously, the revenge of Ding Ning and the Basin Kendo ground was only between the high and mighty cultivators. But now, this revenge had started to reach the army and ordinary people. How far away would the real war and the conquest of cities be? Chapter 782. While many Qin people were leaving the Chu capital in an endless stream and boarding the large ships docked at the shore, in a dark forest far away from the Chu capital, a young cultivator was sitting on a thick layer of rotten leaves. The rotting and damp forest was the easiest to breed poisonous insects. The heat of the cultivator's body meant foreign matter to these poisonous insects. Especially for some unique poisonous creatures, this kind of heat meant food. A poisonous snake as thick as an arm slid down from a dead tree above the young cultivator. The color of its scales changed with the surrounding environment. When it was on the dead tree, it appeared gray. When it approached the yellow or gray leaves on the ground, its scales became a mixture of yellow and gray. There was a small horn on top of its head, which occasionally revealed a faint light in the dark environment, as if there was some kind of gemstone shining inside. It was obviously not an ordinary venomous insect, but unfortunately, its intelligence was still not high. When it sensed the presence of fresh blood and flesh, its red eyes were filled with greed. It did not realize that there were many strange dead trees among the dead leaves around the young cultivator. These dead trees were the corpses of poisonous insects. But because these poisonous insects seemed to have been air-dried, and lost all the moisture in their bodies, they became twisted. Even their withered bodies gave off the smell of rotting branches, so it did not attract its attention. When this poisonous snake silently landed on the young cultivator's head, and opened its mouth to bite at the young cultivator's head without warning, a small black flame silently appeared on the young cultivator's back. This tiny black flame was like a candle that had burned to the very end, producing a wisp of smoke the moment it was extinguished. However, this tiny black flame seemed to have a life of its own as it split into two and rushed into the viper's nose. In the next moment, this poisonous snake was sent flying outwards. The moment it landed on the ground, it was already stiff. Then, as its body continuously twisted, wisps of black energy continuously flowed out, flowing through the gaps between the withered leaves on the ground towards the young cultivator's body. After many breaths, this poisonous snake turned into an inconspicuous dead branch on the ground. As time passed, poisonous creatures like this appeared in the forest. But the result of their appearance was the same as this poisonous snake, becoming a pile of dead branches around the young cultivator. When dusk fell and the young cultivator's breathing rhythm started to change, the fallen leaves that had accumulated for countless years in this forest suddenly surged with faint black yin energy. Then when it came into contact with the air, it immediately turned white, as if there were countless shining white mushrooms growing on the ground. Then the yin energy all gathered into a flow, and as the young cultivator inhaled, it all gathered towards the young cultivator's energy sea, and was instantly sucked dry. The amount of yin energy was enough to shock all cultivators who cultivated yin and ghost methods. Compared to this one wave of yin energy, the energies of the poisonous creatures that had appeared before were just appetizers before a grand feast. This young cultivator slowly opened his eyes and stood up. His left hand was crippled, as dry and twisted as the dead branches on the ground. His right hand tightly gripped a black bone piece. This young cultivator was naturally Su Qin. Su Qin breathed deeply. As he put away the black bone piece, the air in the forest became unusually clean. The dark and rotting smell completely disappeared, but he sensed a rotting smell from his body. But he did not care, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corners of his lips. In the world of cultivators, other than some spirit medicines that could directly increase cultivation and powerful methods that could produce twice the results with half the effort, the most important thing was cultivation experience. He had obtained the method most suitable for him from the 12 shamans, and obtained many resources from the Chu Palace that could help him quickly increase his cultivation. What he lacked the most was experience in cultivating yin and ghost methods. The black bone piece in his hand recorded all of Chi Siren's cultivation experience, as well as his most powerful methods against enemies. Among them were some cultivation techniques that could quickly increase his power, or rather, shortcuts. In the past days, he had picked out some of the shortcuts he needed the most. Because of Chi Siren's detailed introduction, he was able to comprehend them without any obstacles. Now, with each breath after each cultivation session, he could feel he was stronger than before. This kind of astounding increase in power was wonderful. In the world of cultivators, there would likely not be a second person who had such an experience. His present mountain was already in the Chi realm. The forests of the Chi realm were mostly filled with yin energy. Especially in the ancient times, the Chi realm liked to bury people in the forests. So most of the forests in the Chi realm were permanent graveyards. Su Qin guessed that this was why the cultivators of the Chi realm were naturally suited to cultivating yin and ghost methods. Because there was no lack of cultivation places. But was this the true reason he had passed through the Chu to come to the Chi realm? Before this, Su Qin's thoughts had all been on the bone piece Chi Siren had given him. He had continued to comprehend and cultivate, and walked in a daze. He seemed to have come here naturally. Subconsciously, he thought he could break free of Zheng Xiu's control, and did not need to return to the Chu capital. Especially when he did not want Zheng Xiu to grow stronger. If he did not return to the Chu capital, he did not need to give the witch god's method to Zheng Xiu. While Bai Shanshui had not returned that method to him, he knew that since Bai Shanshui had promised, she would give it to him. But now, there did not seem to be a need. However, today, the cultivation of several methods recorded on the bone fragment Chi Siren taught him came to an end. When he stood in this forest and gazed into the distance, he saw a great mountain in the distance, saw some lights in the mountains, vaguely discerned the direction. He suddenly realized why he had been heading towards this place in a daze. Because this was like an unfinished piece of fate. The deepest subconscious in his heart kept telling him that there was someone here to kill. Because of this, he would quickly gain more power. In the direction of the lights, he was looking at the ancestral temple of the Qi dynasty. The ancestral temple of the Qi dynasty was in a remote location. It was like the cold palace of the emperor. In the history of the Qi dynasty, it only had one use. It imprisoned deposed emperors and made them reflect. But in reality, all the deposed emperors who were sent to the ancestral temple died of depression, or were secretly ordered to die. Now, the one living in the ancestral temple was the deposed emperor of the Qi dynasty. Chapter 783. Su Qin stepped on the rotten leaves and dried corpses of poisonous creatures. As night fell, he walked out of the forest towards the distant ancestral temple of the Qi dynasty. The ancestral temple was lit with lamps day and night. As the night deepened, and the lamps in the distant villages were extinguished, the light would guide him better. Ever since he had been abducted by Qi Siren from the Chu capital and obtained Qi Siren's cultivation experience and methods of fighting enemies, he had not rested at all apart from cultivation. Even though his strength had increased greatly after each cultivation session, the soreness in his body and many other adverse reactions had reminded him that he needed to stop. Yet he did not even care about the rotting smell in his body, much less these. His body was controlled by an inexplicable fanaticism. Only when he reached there, killed the people he wanted to kill, and obtained what he wanted, would he stop to rest and recuperate. The ancestral temple was very cold and damp. So damp that even the memorial tablets enshrined inside would grow mold. So the dethroned emperor who pondered in seclusion would carefully wipe all the memorial tablets enshrined in the ancestral temple. The emperor who first set up this rule probably thought that if his descendants made mistakes, when they reflected here, they would look at the memorial tablets of their ancestors every day. They would naturally think of the stories related to them, and naturally think of the comments of later generations about them. But this emperor probably did not think clearly. None of the high and mighty emperors would be willing to enter here to reflect. Even if the emperors who entered here thought clearly, they had almost no hope of regaining power. This was not a place for people to enjoy leisure. For a dethroned emperor who had given up the throne to apologize, there was no place more sorrowful than this. Also, a new emperor had ascended the throne. For the sake of glory, he had to ensure the safety of this dethroned emperor. Other than the necessary confidants to monitor this dethroned emperor, there were many soldiers and cultivators to protect him. But there were other reasons why this dethroned emperor did not worry at all, or rather, did not care about his own safety. In the thick night, the flames of the lanterns hanging high in the ancestral temple appeared very pale. The dancing flames seemed to have gods dancing. The Qi emperor, dressed in ordinary robes, suddenly seemed to think. On the many memorial tablets that he had just wiped, the bright and clean colors suddenly became mottled, and in many places, new mildew grew. He quietly put down the soft cloth in his hand and turned around. A faint gray color suddenly appeared in the cold night outside the palace. This grayness was like a thin layer of fog. There wasn't any Yuan Qi fluctuation, but it was familiar to Emperor Qi. His brows twitched slightly. He naturally thought that it was Qi Siren who had come, but he didn't know why. However, when the grey fog slowly disappeared and a young figure appeared in the hall, the gentleness in his eyes instantly turned into shock, disbelief, and endless disappointment. Su Qin looked at him calmly. Emperor Qi suddenly understood many things. However, he still shook his head and said bitterly, "I didn't expect it to be you. I thought the person who came to kill me would be Yang Ying's disciple." "I know." Su Qin's expression did not change as he said coolly, "If it was him, you would return your life to him as what you owed his master. So while there are many people in the surrounding dozens of miles, the guards are so lax. Pity that you thought only he would come to kill you." Emperor Qi nodded and smiled bitterly. "What I didn't expect the most was that Qi Siren actually died in your hands and that you even obtained some of his techniques. In that case, you should have obtained the cultivation techniques of the 12 shamans. The destruction of the 12 shamans must have been part of your and Zheng Xiu's scheme. Doing business with someone like Zheng Xiu is the stupidest thing to do." Su Qin looked mockingly at the dethroned emperor. "But what you did not expect was that I had obtained all of Qi Siren's methods, and not some of his. Also, I did not use some method to force it from him, but he personally taught it to me. So strictly speaking, I am his only true disciple. Emperor Qi was silent for a moment. He shook his head and said, I cannot understand. Su Qin said simply, because I am a cultivator who cultivates the ghostly method. In the future, I will become the new voodoo ancestor. Emperor Qi was silent for a moment and then said, so in the end, what he cares most about is the future of cultivators who cultivate the ghostly method, and not the future of the cultivators of the Qi dynasty. Su Qin seemed to find Emperor Qi's words amusing. He could not help but laugh and said, cultivators care more about the world of cultivators. In a breath, he put away his smile and looked seriously at Emperor Qi. But I do not understand. Why did you order Qi Siren to come kill me before abdicating? Emperor Qi recovered his calm. He suddenly smiled and looked at Su Qin. I can answer your question, but I want to hear you answer mine first. You have come here not just to take revenge. What else do you want? Secrets. Su Qin said straightforwardly and then said, the imperial family of any dynasty has many secrets. While you have abdicated to Tian Kangjun, to the true imperial family of the Qi dynasty, he is just a distant relative. I think he does not deserve to have some ancestral things like methods, and special seal weapons. I want these. Su Qin said directly, with these, my cultivation will advance faster, and I will become the voodoo ancestor faster. In exchange, I will satisfy some of your conditions. You should know that after becoming Qi Siren's true disciple, from a certain point of view, I have become a leader of the cultivators of the Qi dynasty. Naturally, many cultivators will follow me. Furthermore, I can bestow upon them many things that they yearn for. Emperor Qi listened patiently. His expression did not change. He nodded with a smile and said, I have heard your answer. Now, you can listen to mine. Do you know why I had to beg Qi Siren to personally kill you before abdicating? Emperor Qi smiled and slowly said, at the time, I did not understand. I just had an inexplicable intuition that you would be a great threat in the future. Just now, I truly understand. Because you are too ambitious, a cultivator like you does not just care about the world of cultivators, you also want to grasp all the power in the world. Also, a cultivator like you, if you become king or emperor, you will care more about the world of cultivators. You will not be like us, caring more about the lives of ordinary people, whether they have enough to eat, warm clothes, and a place to sleep at night. Su Qin's brow furrowed slightly. Emperor Qi's smile grew. He said emotionally, I originally thought I would die at the hands of Yang Ying's disciple. But after giving him so much time, he did not come. I think that after I did so many things to atone for my sins, he understood my feelings and some helplessness in my position, and forgave me in the end. I originally thought that Qi Siren and Yang Ying were the same, but in the end, there are some differences. But even if Qi Siren thinks of you as the future hope of Qi cultivators, I am not willing to give some of my secrets to you. If I have a choice, I will give them to cultivators who understand tolerance. If the strongest cultivators in the world do not understand tolerance, then this world will become terrifying. Hearing his words, Su Qin's gaze grew cold. He shook his head and said, pity, even if you are not willing, you may not be able to do it. I can prevent you from obtaining what you want because I have secrets you do not know. Emperor Qi smiled smugly like a child who had won candy. The imperial family of the Qi dynasty will not be so lacking in dignity. When his voice sounded, Su Qin's face suddenly changed. His body jumped back as if it was being burned by a raging fire. Strange rings of light appeared in Emperor Qi's eyes. Many pale white flows of energy started to flow out of his body, and then turned to light like the flame of the lamp at the top of the hall. His entire person turned into a ball of light. From inside to outside, whether it was energy, flesh and blood, or his consciousness and soul, they all turned to nothingness. Chapter 784. Su Qin's body trembled violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. Black and red lights were constantly mixing in his eyes, and tiny blood vessels were constantly bursting. Just now, when he sensed the Qi Emperor's intent to die, He used one of Qi Siren's secret arts. Yet the light in the Qi Emperor's body followed his energy and almost flooded into his energy sea. Fortunately, he immediately woke up and forcefully cut off that vital energy. Even so, his heart was beating so fast it was about to explode. He trembled and looked coldly at the Qi Emperor who had turned to nothingness. But he could not even be angry. The Qi Emperor did not have many chances to fight in his life, so he was not a very powerful cultivator. Just now, the Qi Emperor had thought of seeking death with dignity, so his method had been conservative. In reality, thinking back, Su Qin was certain that if it had been a cultivator who had been fighting all year round, this kind of suicide would have been a method of mutual destruction, and he would have been killed instantly. Nearby, alarms sounded. The light here had alarmed the guarding cultivators and soldiers. There was not much time left for Su Qin to escape. But when he took a deep breath and calmed his emotions, Su Qin still looked at where the Qi Emperor had disappeared and said in a cold voice, "I had not thought that even the witch ancestor and Qi Siren could not keep you here. But even if you obtained the dignity you wanted, you did not give me what I wanted. You still do not understand, because people like me will not be satisfied. What I cannot obtain here, I will obtain through other methods. At that time, more people you care about will pay a greater price. Also, you did not think that I could disguise myself as Yang Ying's disciple and do many things. Even if I kill you today, I can make people feel that Yang Ying's disciple did it. At least, most people in Qi will think that he killed you." Sword lights no longer lit up on the city gate tower in the night. Ding Ning stood silently on the city gate tower. No one came up to challenge him. Those who were supposed to leave the city had already boarded the ships and left. Thus, the entire city was completely silent. The last flower remnant sword flashed with faint white light and floated beside him like a silent companion. Today, it was unknown how many sword styles it had broken and how many famed swords it had shot down. Therefore, each of its runes and cracks seemed to be exuding an indescribable air of arrogance. This once again reminded him of its original owner. "We were tricked today." In the city, a Qin general looked with an ugly expression at the figure on the city gate tower. He said, "We gave him another chance to fight against many and for a long time. He will allocate his vital energy better." He was surrounded by many Qin generals. Or rather, all the high-ranking Qin generals in the city who were still loyal to Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu had gathered together. All of these high-ranking generals had to admit that what he said made sense. Back then, Wang Jingmeng had died in battle in Changling because the long battle of attrition had used up his strength and vital energy. But that kind of experience was valuable for cultivators. Now, Ding Ning had fought for so long, but he still had the power to fight. This meant that he had great control over the distribution of his vital energy. He would use the most energy-saving method to finish off his opponent as quickly as possible. After such a long battle, the experience he gained would allow him to have better control over the amount of vital energy he had and how to use it. In other words, while Ding Ning standing on the city gate tower looked the same as Ding Ning in the day, he had become even more terrifying. Also, no one knew how many sword moves he had comprehended in these battles, and how many ways to circulate primal energies of the universe. But most of the Qin generals only thought that when Lingshu Sword Gate was destroyed, Jiaodong Commandery was destroyed, Minute Mountain Sword Sect, the Jiao Sword Furnace, by Shanshui, most of the strongest grandmasters in the world were standing on Ding Ning's side. Who else could fight against Ding Ning? How could he be surrounded like that again? Ding Ning stopped. He looked upstream at the river. At this time, Bailey Sushue should be arriving. A large ship was parked on the water, brightly lit. That ship had also been arranged by him. At this time, it appeared arrogant on the Black River. But in the past in Changling, he and all of his friends had been so arrogant. On the bank of the river near the ship, in a patch of reeds, an academician of the Chu Imperial Palace retracted his presence and stared at the river. He was one of Shu Fu's academicians, and had followed Shu Fu out to sea for a long time. When the Nether Float Fleet took over the Chu capital, he had stayed behind, and became one of the forces guarding the Chu capital. This academician narrowed his eyes. He sensed the presences of Bailey Sushue and the others on the river flowing downstream. The wounds of Bailey Su Shui and the others had caused this academician to want to attack, but when he saw the two people on the large ship that had come to receive them, his impulse turned to nothing. There seemed to be quite a number of people on the ship, but only 2 people were within his sight. These 2 were women. One of them stood at the bow of the ship, and steered the ship slowly and steadily towards where Bailey Su Shui was. This woman was not very old, but from afar, her face and demeanor seemed to be a little old. But at this time, in the night, this woman's body occasionally showed a circle of sword essence like a bright moon. This caused him to think of a female cultivator who had disappeared for a long time, Li Jiaoyue. That was a female swordsman of the Basin Kendo ground. But when she heard that Ding Ning had appeared in the Nanquan commanderies, this woman had appeared, and knelt down in front of Ding Ning. Just this kind of cultivator was likely already not someone he could deal with, let alone the fact that there was a woman standing under the sail at the top of the ship who was looking into the distance. The woman's face was covered with a veil. When Li Jiaoyue's sword light occasionally flashed on the bow of the ship, the consecrator could vaguely see a scar on the end of her veil. This woman should be the young master of Chen, Ji Qingqing, whose face had been cut by Wang Jingmeng. If these 2 female grandmasters attacked him at the same time, he feared he would not be able to last a single blow, much less who else was on the ship. Thinking of Ding Ning who was guarding the gates of the Chu capital, thinking of Zhongsun Qianxue, Zhao Sai and Bai Shanshui who had appeared there, and then thinking of how many powerful grandmasters there would be on the ship after these people gathered, this academician who had followed Xu Fu for many years felt colder than the Qin generals in the Chu capital. No one would have thought that after many years, so many grandmasters would gather together for the Basin Kendo ground. Chapter 785. Ji Qingqing stood in the wind under the sails. She did not sense the existence of the academician under Xu Fu, but she sensed the abnormalities in the Chu capital. She knew that Ding Ning was coming. So she prepared to leave. In her view, she owed Bailey Su Shui a favor, but Wang Jingmeng of the past, and Ding Ning of the present, naturally had a grudge against her. While that was due to a misunderstanding and Zheng Xiu's instigation, she still did not know how she should face Ding Ning. Since she did not know, then it was better not to see him. Wait. But the moment she was about to leave, Ding Ning's voice reached her ears. Her body immediately froze. Ding Ning's figure passed through the night and landed behind her. This speed was even faster than the person in her memories. In this moment, she was certain that Ding Ning at this time was more terrifying than the person who had fought his way into Changling back then. But she naturally could not give in. An inexplicable viciousness formed. She sneered, looked at Ding Ning and said harshly, "What, you even want to stop me from leaving? Is it not enough to slash my face, and you want to kill me?" Ding Ning did not immediately respond. He bowed seriously and then explained softly, "I want you to wait for a moment because I owe you an apology." Ji Qingqing stilled. Ding Ning said seriously, "Back then, I misunderstood you so I purposefully challenged you to a duel. It is my fault. If possible, I will help you remove the sword mark on your face." Ji Qingqing wanted to be angry. Even if the sword mark on her face could be removed, even if the other sincerely admitted his fault, even if she knew that he was a victim back then, could the experiences of these years be changed? Could the time that had passed be made up for? If not for this sword mark, her life would be different, and she would not feel so disgusted. Yet for some inexplicable reason, when she looked at Ding Ning, she wanted to be angry, but her anger faded. Inexplicably, she became quiet. Back then, that person gave her an incomparably sharp feeling. He was like the sharpest sword in the world, so sharp that it seemed like he could cut through everything. However, looking at Ding Ning now, she could not find many traces of the past. The wind blew the ends of her hair and tickled the veil on her face. She couldn't help but shake her head. Suddenly, she felt that it was ridiculous. Since we are no longer the people of the past, what is there to apologize for? She no longer looked at Ding Ning. Instead, she looked at the black surface of the river and said this. Ding Ning understood what she meant and said no more. The grudge between you and me has been resolved, but the grudge between me and Zhang Xiu has not. Ji Qingqing said slowly, You don't have to help me remove the sword mark on my face. If possible, in the future, help me leave a mark on Zheng Xiu's face. Back then, she was a more famous beauty than me. Back then, when the people of the world did not know of her coldness, her beauty was her most powerful weapon. Countless people had good feelings about her, and in the end, she was able to sit in her current position. After a pause, Ji Qingqing laughed disdainfully. So she should care more about her beauty than I do. Ding Ning frowned slightly and said seriously, if there is such a chance, I will do it for you. Ji Qingqing laughed. Her laughter was crisp and clear. She hadn't laughed like this for many years. It seems like your hatred for her is no less than mine. For someone who once loved her deeply to hate her to such an extent, she is an even greater failure than me. Ding Ning shook his head. That depends on what a person truly cares about. Ji Qingqing was silent for a moment and said, whether you care or not, you will only know when you truly lose it. Ding Ning did not discuss this with her. He said softly and calmly, do you want to go down with me? Meeting Bailey Sushue formally was an important matter for both the Basin Kendo ground and Ding Ning himself. His simple words were a serious invitation. Ji Qingqing thought and said without hesitation, I will go down with you. In the next moment, Ding Ning and her figures were at the bow of the boat in front of Li Jiayue. The small boat had arrived. The 3 people on the boat, including Pan Ruoy, could be considered his friends. Bailey Sushue and Yi Xileng were even more important in his life. In Ding Ning's vision, Bailey Sushue and Yi Xileng's appearances were familiar. He looked deeply at these 2 people, but for a moment, he was unable to think of any idioms, and inexplicably let out a soft sigh. You do not owe me an apology. Bailey Sushue was the first to speak. He looked at Ding Ning and said, when you killed your way into Changling, I already forgave you. But I am not used to your appearance. If possible, try to become more like you were in the past. Ding Ning could not help but laugh. You are more humorous than before. Then he turned to look at Yi Xileng. Yi Xileng also looked calmly at him. At this time, Zhongsun Qianxue had arrived on the boat. Many people from Minute Mountain Sword Sect had come out of the cabin to greet their sect master. But she did not care. She was no longer that inexperienced female student. She was bureau chief Yi feared by the world. So she did something she had wanted to do many years ago. She walked forward and hugged Ding Ning, not letting go for a long time. Ding Ning understood all of her emotions. He did not speak at this moment and just patted her back. You finally came back. Yi Xileng said, and then slowly released her grip and stood below him. The entire boat was very quiet. Everyone looked at this female cultivator with different degrees of respect. This respect had nothing to do with her status or cultivation. It was about her emotions, her persistence these years, or rather, her once hopeless persistence. Everyone faintly knew. Back then, Wang Jingmeng was the master who had taught her the sword. He was also someone she respected and admired when she was a young girl. It was just that many pure and passionate feelings would eventually be changed by time and interests. Many people had already changed beyond recognition after many years, even forgetting who they were back then. But she had never changed. Even if she had no hope of persisting to the end, she might have to pay with her life. But she finally welcomed a miracle. Just like many years ago, she stood obediently next to the returning first sword of the world. This was likely her happiest moment. So everyone on the boat did not just feel respect, they were also very moved. The sound of water sounded. The boat started to sail away from the waters. When everyone settled down, when many people sat together like many years ago, Ding Ning first asked Bailey Sushue a question he was very concerned about. Where did Jing Liuli go? Chapter 786. Bailey Sushue answered quickly. Wherever Li Sai is, she will go. Everyone in the cabin was not an ordinary person, but when they heard his answer, most of them could not help but be shocked. Ding Ning was also surprised and looked dazedly at him. You want her to kill Li Sai? Bailey Sushue's expression was natural. She will find a way to kill him. Why? Ding Ning asked. There had to be a reason to kill. Also, the person Bailey Sushue wanted Jing Liuli to kill was one of the two prime ministers of the Qin dynasty, and far stronger than Jing Liuli. In these years, Li Sai and Yuanwu have been close. He even brought Li Sai to the Deer Mountain Conference, but Li Sai is actually Zheng Xiu's person. Bailey Sushue looked at Ding Ning and said, Zheng Xiu has lost too many things. If Li Sai is killed, the balance between her and Yuanwu will be broken. After a pause, Bailey Sushue said with slight disdain, Yuanwu is best at pretending to be pitiful. In the past, even now, he is realm 8. While he cannot recover from his hidden injuries, he has many people by his side. Everyone in the cabin understood Bailey Sushue's meaning. Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu shared the world, but before, this was because the two of them had the same terrifying power. When Zheng Xiu's power was slowly stripped away layer by layer, and this balance was lost, Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu would not just be at odds. Ji Qingqing sneered and said, based on these two's personalities, I fear that before we even enter Changling, the two of them will turn against each other. Things that can be resolved in the world of cultivators should be resolved in the world of cultivators. Yi Xileng looked at Bailey Sushue and Ding Ning. He knew that after many years, these two people's thoughts had become more mature. He knew that the two of them were planning to strip away Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu's power from the world of cultivators. Right now, Zheng Xiu did not have much left. But she was still slightly worried and could not help but frown. But is it too dangerous for Jing Liuli to kill Li Sai? She is a true genius. Bailey Sushue shook his head coolly. If she felt she had no chance, she would not act. Ding Ning thought about the young girl who had followed him for many days and smiled. She is indeed a true genius. Some people were true geniuses from the moment they started cultivating. This was the case in Jing Liuli. However, Zhongyi was never such a genius. Many times, he even felt ashamed of the gap between himself and those geniuses. Even a cultivator from White Goat Cave was like this when facing his former junior sect brother Su Qin. Most people noticed him because of his sincere and kind character, because he was a true gentleman. However, they often overlooked his seriousness, focus, modesty, and patience. In the distant Yang dynasty, in the study of the Marquis estate that he had been rewarded with, he looked at a piece of white crystal on the desk in front of him. There were some unique seal scripts on this white crystal formed from vital energy. This was the method of a shaman that Su Qin had recorded using the methods of Celestial Seal Sect. Based on what he understood when Bai Shanshui gave it to him, this method should be related to star energy, and was the method that Zheng Xiu wanted. Using the methods of Celestial Seal Sect, he quickly read all the contents recorded in this white crystal. However, the content of the removal was not the kind of scripture with pictures that he was familiar with. Instead, it was some seemingly messy talisman intent. The images brought about by those talisman intents appeared countless times in his mind. They were like pieces of grey frost flowers, and he couldn't see anything from them. Even more importantly, Su Qin had Bai Shanshui bring 2 pieces of white crystal like this. According to Su Qin, these 2 white crystals recorded the same method. When he was deciphering the seals, he felt the seal essences were very similar. But because the seal essences were so chaotic, the perception they brought to his mind was different each time. It was as if frost was continuously forming on the roof tiles of the 2 houses in front of him. However, as one piece melted and another appeared, he couldn't be sure whether the frost on the 2 roof tiles was the same or not. In the depths of his heart, he still maintained the friendship of a fellow disciple towards Su Qin. Even if they would definitely become enemies in the future, with his temperament, he would subconsciously endure and give in to Su Qin if he could, and show some mercy if he could. But he also understood Su Qin to the extreme. He felt that Su Qin would not be so open and aboveboard. Su Qin, Bai Shanshui, Zhao Sai, and the others were not the same kind of people. He did not know that Su Qin was hiding some kind of cultivation technique, but he felt that since Su Qin had done such an earth-shattering thing in Great Qi, he definitely had his own personal interests, and he must have done something. So he was not at ease with the seal essences recorded in these 2 white crystals. Because he had heard that Su Qin had been captured by the Qi people in the Chu capital a few days ago, he was not in a hurry to return one to Suchin. So these 2 white crystals were still in his hands. But since a few days ago, he had put away one to prevent the seal essences in the 2 white crystals from becoming chaotic in his mind. They would be like thousands of grey frost flowers tangling together and making it harder to distinguish. In order to understand talisman intent, one naturally had to go from simple to complex. One had to first understand the simplest talisman character. In the past few days, Zhongyi had already captured and broken down 17 simple talisman lines from the chaotic talisman intent. This was like pulling out 17 threads from a ball of thread. But how many threads were left, which one to pull first, and which one to pull next to untie the ball of thread was still unknown. The method passed down by the voodoo ancestor was naturally related to yin and ghost energies in the minds of all cultivators. The method that Zhang Xiu was interested in was likely related to star energies. Whether it was the energy of yin and ghosts or the energy of stars, it was not something a cultivator like Suchin could cultivate. If this was someone else, since it was so complicated and could not be solved, they most likely would not put all their efforts into it. But Zhongyi was different. He was not thinking about whether it would be beneficial to him, but whether Suchin had any tricks here, and would use this to do something bad. Also, if he still had to return one of these white crystals to Suchin as promised, could it flow into Changling? When the sky started to brighten, Zhongyi, who had not slept all night, suddenly realized that the night had passed. His night was not completely fruitless. In the chaotic talisman intent, he found a new thread. He did not know where this thread was connected to or led to. He was not happy, but also not disappointed. Everything was normal. Yet when he stopped unraveling the seal essences, and carefully put away the white crystal, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Chapter 787. In the garden outside his study, a glowing dewdrop rolled on the leaves of an orange tree. This glowing dewdrop was extremely pure, and reflected the first ray of sunlight from the sky. It rolled in the wind, giving off many colors, and gave off a feeling of vitality. He could not help but like it. But as his thoughts moved, the dewdrop seemed to know what he liked. It gently left the leaf, passed through the thin morning mist, and flew towards him. With a creak, he was inexplicably shocked. The window frame was blown open by his presence, and this glowing dewdrop fell into his hand as though it was alive. It was cold and real. Zhongyi looked at the dewdrop in his hand and was even more shocked. The energy in his hand trembled, causing the edges of the dewdrop to no longer be round, and creating many small sprays. He could not believe what he was seeing. If a cultivator's mental power reached a certain level, they could attract the flow of primal energies of the universe from the outside world, and move these natural objects. When powerful cultivators took in large amounts of energy from the world, it was not strange to cause wind and rain, or even heavy rocks. However, the crux of the matter was that he was able to effortlessly draw a dewdrop into his hand. As the dewdrop flew over, the shape of the dewdrop did not change at all. This kind of gentle and clear process was something that he could not do in the past at least. There was only one possibility for this kind of change. His perception, or to use different descriptions in the world of cultivators, like mental power, and soul power, had greatly increased. When he calmed down slightly, he started to confirm that even the invisible wind in the air seemed to have sharpened at its edges. The limits of perception were very blurry. For a cultivator, the distance their perception could reach usually came from the energy vibrations in the outside world. At most, they could only sense how many feet away. This could not be accurately measured. But when Zhongyi calmed his mind and sensed, everywhere his mental power could reach, everything was more lively and real than before. Usually, when a cultivator's cultivation reached a major realm, they would feel such an obvious and sudden change. So the process of comprehending this kind of seal essence is a kind of cultivation method? Zhongyi suddenly reacted, and a lot of uneasiness arose in his heart. Those talisman intents were like countless grey autumn frost in his perception world. However, the process of finding the connection between the grey autumn frost and unraveling the talisman intents was like his spirit being constantly tempered in a unique world, becoming stronger and stronger. The more time he spent and the more patience he had to explore, the stronger his perception would become unconsciously. It was also at this moment that he understood why Zheng Xiu only needed this cultivation method among the 12 shamans. The rest of the techniques of the 12 shamans were yin and ghost yuan qi, so they had to be recultivated. Furthermore, the starfire sword that Zheng Xiu cultivated was in no way inferior to the 12 shamans' cultivation technique. Naturally, it was impossible for her to change her cultivation. The reason why she was different from other cultivators and was able to sense and use stellar yuan qi was because her starfire sword had a unique way of drawing stellar yuan qi. By making use of the astral yuan qi to flow upwards, she would be able to draw in even more astral yuan qi from the endless void. If her perception could be greatly strengthened, then the places her perception could reach would be even further, and she would be able to draw in even more astral yuan qi. Even more importantly, she might be able to sense the existence of even more different kinds of astral yuan qi, and distinguish the minute differences. In the end, she might be able to use even more types of astral yuan qi. In this way, the power of her starfire sword would not just increase by a bit. The reason that the shaman progenitor had been able to merge some astral yuan qi into the ghost yuan qi and strengthen his methods was very simple and crude. It was because his perception was strong enough. If his perception was multiple times stronger than ordinary cultivators, he would be able to find what he could use from the heterogeneous astral yuan qi. Thinking of this, Zhongyi's hands and feet grew colder. The white crystal hidden on his body also seemed to turn cold. At this time, he did not think that he had come into contact with and learned a powerful method. He just wanted to let Bai Shanshui and Ding Ning know of this as soon as possible. He felt that Bai Shanshui and Ding Ning would make the decision, and had not thought that he might become very strong because of this. What had happened in the Chu capital spread through the world at the fastest speed. All the cultivators who knew of this news were shocked speechless. No one could understand the 9-death silkworm method itself. Back then, Wang Jingmeng's blood had been completely burned away, leaving nothing behind. How had he been able to use this method to be reborn? Yet everyone was certain that in the world, other than Wang Jingmeng, there was no second person who could challenge a city alone and fight countless cultivators by himself. The first sword of the world had truly returned. As more details spread, all the cultivators and dignitaries who heard the news looked towards the distant Changling. The most famous experts seemed to have gathered around Ding Ning. Then how would the masters of Changling, Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu, respond? They seemed to have to act, and quickly launch a counterattack. Otherwise, more and more people would join the Basin Kendo ground like the Qin army in the Chu capital. The western fields outside Changling, Li Mountain. A palace that was surrounded by mountains and occupied an extremely large area was being built. On one of the mountain peaks overlooking the palace, there were many pure white sheep running around. A young shepherdess was looking at the palace that was being built thoughtfully. This shepherdess was dressed casually, but if someone who had attended the Minute Mountain Sword trials saw her, they would be shocked. Because she was Jing Liuli. Li Sai, who she wanted to kill, had been in the palace these days. She had observed these mountains for a long time, and confirmed that Li Sai had been supervising the construction and would not leave. At the same time, she pondered where her chance to kill Li Sai was. The news from the Chu capital had spread. She was certain that her master, Bailey Sushue, was safe, and Ding Ning's cultivation was stronger than she had imagined. His grievances with Bai Shanshui and the Jiao Sword Furnace had been resolved. So in her view, the matter of her killing Li Sai was even more urgent. First, this palace was larger than the present imperial city. It definitely hid some secrets. Second, she had followed Ding Ning for a long time, and knew that Ding Ning would take the initiative. He would use continuous methods to attack Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu. If she could kill Li Sai at this time, it would be very important. Chapter 788. She herded sheep on the slope for a while. Just like in the past, she saw Li Sai appear in the incomplete palace in a grand carriage. After talking for almost an hour with some craftsmen and officials, the carriage returned to a temporary courtyard. This was a completed garden with some elegant courtyards inside. Cultivators had unique senses between them. Even if they looked from a distance, they could arouse some wariness. This was especially true for the killing intent of high-level cultivators. It was something that could not be explained. So Jing Liuli was herding sheep most of the time. She did not focus on that area for a long time, even if Li Sai's figure was as small as an ant in her sight. Even if she looked down from far away, Li Sai most likely could not see the scenery on the slope from where he was. When Li Sai's carriage returned to her residence, she herded the sheep for more than 2 hours. When the sun started to dim, she slowly herded the sheep back to her residence. Her residence was extremely simple and crude. It was the residence of a true shepherdess. It was a simple house made of tree bark, wooden planks, and dried twigs. When it rained heavily, the house would leak everywhere. This shepherd girl was an old widowed woman. She had a younger sister who had married in a distant town. Every year or two, she would send someone to send some money and food to help this old woman. The furnishings in the room were very simple. There was only a bed made from wood and cotton, and a few rocks used as a stove. There was a copper pot that had been blackened by smoke hanging above it. When she herded the sheep to a pen in front of the house, there was a person in the room focused on cooking soup. This person's face was covered in smoke when he started the fire. But if someone saw him, they would be shocked. Because he was Dugu Bai. After An Baosha died, he, Li Shixing, and the others were the top of this generation of cultivators in Changling. While he did not have Li Shixing's fortuitous encounters, with his cultivation advancement, he would reach Realm 7 sooner or later. There were 2 extremely simple beds in this room. Clearly, after he and Jing Liuli left Changling and came here, they did not care about these details. Many nights, they would sleep here. He and Jin Liuli were clearly familiar with each other. Seeing Jin Liuli walk over from a distance, he called out naturally, "You have returned." Jing Liuli made a sound of acknowledgement. "I picked some fresh mushrooms today, and added venison. The taste should be good, but we need to wait a while." Dugu Bai stirred the soup in the pot and said, "No hurry." Jing Liuli sat down on the ground next to him, and drank some water from a thick bowl. Dugu Bai looked at her thoughtfully and asked, "Did you see Li Sai today?" Jin Liuli nodded. "Yes." Dugu Bai saw some clues from her expression and couldn't help but shake his head. "You still can't think of a way." "Cannot think." Jing Liuli was not as discouraged as he had imagined. Looking at the steaming copper pot, she took the spoon from Dugu Bai's hand and tasted it. She seemed satisfied. Then she pressed her lips together and said, "But my master said to me, wherever he goes, I will follow. My master must have his reasons for having me observe him like this. After watching these days, I have not gained nothing." Dugu Bai was slightly shocked. "What did you discover?" Jing Liuli nodded. "Li Sai's actions have strict rules. When to eat, when to cultivate, when to come out to manage these chores, they are all at fixed times." Dugu Bai immediately frowned. "So you see his carriage come out to deal with these matters at about the same time each day?" Jing Liuli did not waste words and said, "Yes, a person who can strictly follow these rules must be someone who is extremely self-disciplined and has strong willpower. Other than this kind of rule is often a habit formed by cultivating many special methods." Hearing this, Dugu Bai's heart beat faster. He understood Jing Liuli's meaning. Cultivators had all kinds of strange methods. In the end, they used different kinds of primal energies of the universe. So some methods needed to breathe at sunrise, some needed to use the heat at noon when the sun was at its brightest, and some methods needed to be cultivated at moonlight. Doing certain things at a certain time would often naturally form many habits, and many things would often become extremely regular. So he thought for a moment and said, "Can you guess what method he cultivates?" "He fought with my master in Minute Mountain Sword Sect and used a treasure of Jiaodong Commandery. My master said that only water elemental techniques that lean towards the feminine side can unleash the full potential of that thing." Jing Liuli said, adding on his habits these days, the most important time of his cultivation should be the 4 hours before sunrise. So his method should not be a method passed down in the Li family, And maybe the water element method of Sea Prosper Pavilion that used to be as famous as Chani Pavilion. But very likely, just likely. I am not a match for him right now, and I cannot appear in front of him to test him, Jing Liuli added after a pause. Li Sai had been living like this recently, and did not leave the building. So she was worried that Li Sai would continue like this for a long time. A strange light appeared in Dugu Bai's eyes. Have you noticed that she is building a new wooden house here? He asked, looking into Jing Liuli's eyes. This question was abrupt, but Jing Liuli knew he was speaking of the old woman who had sold the sheep and this residence to them. When she and Dugu Bai had come here, Dugu Bai had bought her sheep and this residence. The money he gave was enough for her to spend her later years in an ordinary town. But she had not left here. Recently, she did not seem to be used to living in the nearby mountain village. She had spent money to hire people to build a house on the slope not far away. The difference was that the new house would be better and more comfortable. Jing Liuli seemed to hear something, and her brow furrowed deeply. Just because of habit. Dugu Bai took a deep breath and said, if some habits change, this person will not be used to it, they will feel something is wrong. This will affect the state of mind. Jing Liuli thought for a long time. When she felt that the soup was fine and delicious, she scooped the soup and drank it slowly. Then, as if she was speaking to herself, or to Dugu Bai, she said, so my master felt that he was easier to deal with than the other great grandmasters, and that I could kill him because his state of mind was the easiest to be affected. And it is probably because of some imperceptible, small changes in habits. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,